All right, everyone. Welcome to my stream today. How you all doing? Sorry for the little delay. I was getting a few windows organized, and actually, I hadn't poured my drink yet. Sorry, 1 second. All right, how you all doing? I have to put my straw in upside down. Embarrassing. Looks like my wife is signed into my own account. Yeah, no, this is a fake background of my own office. Ah, nice. Good. People are starting to join in now. Have you looked at things like SHiA? It's not super optimized, but pretty well liked inside its community. Yeah, I briefly looked at it. What was his name? Kelvin. Did some spaces with him on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, and he was into inertia, and we were talking about implementing a solid inertia adapter. Yeah, I don't know. I just never got around to doing that. It was like on my list of things. He reminds me periodically about going there. It's I know it's gotten a lot better. Initially, I kind of like when I first looked at it, I'm like, this is what Astro would look like if Astro wasn't good. But I've seen that inertia's improved a lot. See, one of the things is like when islands, as a concept of like having a part of your page for client, like not islands like as we have officially, islands TM, but the idea of like having these client sections independent on a server render page has existed from the dawn of the internet pretty much. Even when you think of things like like applets and Flash and all that stuff. So like picturing you server render something and then have these nice like windows of client component stuff makes a lot of sense. But the whole reason that Astro or all this stuff is actually interesting is because it server renders the JavaScript as well. And this is something that I believe that they've been getting working in inertia recently. But classically, my understanding is inertia didn't client render the JavaScript. So it's like a nice framework for being able to like get these build processes working and playing all together. But it also kind of just like missed the whole like benefit, so to speak, classically. Like if I was just gonna, make a little section of, like leave a space for my JavaScript rendered components on a server thing, like, it's kind of like my HTMX argument. It's like I didn't really have to try too hard. I guess the problem is a lot of people have a hard time building JavaScript libraries. They're like, oh, how do I handle this Webpack? How do I handle all this stuff? My understanding with tools like Inertia is a lot easier, but it's also like in that realm of like doesn't solve anything within the spectrum that I'm looking at. But as I said, I hear that's changing. Yeah, it does SSR by running a node process. That completely changes things, But like classically, my understanding that like this is a feature that's probably within the last 12 months, last year. I looked at inertia first like a couple of years ago. Anyways, how's everyone doing? We got some people showing up. Oh, hey Brandon, I missed you right at the beginning. Yeah, hydration. Oh man, I honestly didn't know what to do for cover today because like this has been happening recently. There's like a whole bunch of topics. I have a whole list that I want to touch on today, and hydration kind of weaves through them. But yeah, we'll just see how we have time. Yeah. Anyway, let me. Sorry, I'm like looking at myself in OBS right now. Get that out of my way. Hey, how's it going, Chris? It's been a little while. Yeah, let's break down hydration. I don't know. It's a funny topic because no need to pick a single topic to strict your mind. Yeah, but you need a single topic for the stream cover. Like you need to be like I don't know, like the other options not have stream covers, but then like it's even I shouldn't say it's already not obvious, but it's even more apparent that like I should be getting my videos chopped into smaller pieces. The problem is then I have to actually concentrate this into like segments. Like I love, like I try to do this for a bit with This Week in JavaScript, but I love when Theo's just like, okay, it's kind of like, to use an old reference, kind of like Wayne's World, like game on, like he's like doing his thing, chatting with you guys in chat, and then suddenly he's like screen jacked on, and he's like, okay, I'm ready, I'm in business mode, and then he's like you can tell his whole composure completely changes, and then he delivers his video, and then he's back again, and he keeps it tight, and he reminds the editor when he like forgets stuff to add in it. I would have such a hard time with that because I like answering people's questions. I like going down the rabbit hole. So it's funny because I have had some people recently offering to do the editing, and I should reach out and see if we can get that going. But like, man, I think my content would be the hardest content to edit. Like, obviously, not everyone focuses their stuff down like Theo does, but like, I mean, like, you'd have to have an incredible understanding of the relevance of the topic to be able to weave the conversation in such a way that it's like consistent and put it together. Like I've watched tons of really nice edited like speedrunning videos. You could tell the guy's was running for like 10 hours that day, and then you get out like 30-minute video and you're like, yeah. But like careful selection of conversations, putting it all together, making a narrative, that's amazing. Picture just trying to do that with just, yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone's up to the task. Anyways, I am not nearly as prepared as that. So let's kind of flip this around a bit and probably get ourselves started, because I got to decide, like, are we Scala drawing stuff? Are we how do we approach this topic in the first place? Because I'm looking at my list here, and okay, high level, just kind of like put the concept in people's heads that we're going to be talking about in many different ways today. Is hydration classically was considered, it's not even classically it is this running the JavaScript code necessary to make the page interactive after it has run on the server. And I think Michael Rawlings once said something along the lines of like, it's like basically getting the page into the same state it would be as if it had been client rendered, something along those lines. But a lot of this makes assumptions about how we've classically done hydration, right? Like in the earliest days of JavaScript frameworks, when hydration first came out, well, we didn't do a lot of advanced stuff on the way we delivered our JavaScript or delivered our HTML. What I mean by that is we didn't do a ton of code splitting. And we also, like, I'm talking like 2015-ish. And we also like basically fetched all our data, rendered all our HTML on the server, and sent it across. So these days I call that async rendering, like wait to send, wait to hydrate. So like it was very visible, the difference between like being able to like get a page quickly and render it in the client, and like wait for it longer, see all the content, then spend that time when the giant bundle comes across of not being able to interact with it, and then have it suddenly turn on at some moment and then be working at it kind of invisibly to the end user. We've come a long way from there. Yeah, I don't know. Today is not coconut water. Today is suja. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's like cayenne and ginger and a bunch of stuff. Maybe I'll put this on camera so people can see it. Actually, this one doesn't have cayenne, actually. It's the lemon love that has the cayenne. This one's not as spicy. Oh, no, paired with stevia. I don't know, is that like fake sugar? And cayenne, so there you go. Never mind. Anyway. See what you did there. Hijacked my thought train. In any case, hydration these days is not like that, right? It's not simply like wait for it all to come. The content of the page comes in pieces. We code split our JavaScript. Some of it's lazy loaded. We code split our HTML. Some of it is streamed at different points as it's available, right? Some of it's static, pre-rendered. Like we have a whole spectrum from essentially static pre-rendered, dynamic on request, and even like stuff lazily dynamically on the server, which is the stream stuff, all the way to lazily dynamic on the client, which is like the server islands. And you could argue things like single page apps, like the whole spectrum now of when things come in, both for the markup and for the JavaScript, is quite spread. And more interestingly, what it means to be interactive is something that, you know, what are we even considering interactive anymore, right? Ryan Florence and the Remix guys are very, you know, strong in their stance that, you know, if you use web fundamentals like anchors and forms, then it's interactive the second the HTML shows up, right? But is that, you know, actual interactivity? Like the fact that it works without JavaScript is great, but your experience is going to be, how should I put it? It's going to be a lot worse than if the JavaScript was present. You know, things that could be handled smoother, things with optimistic updates, things that could be handled in the client now are being forced back to the server. So is it interactive? Yes, it passes that test. You can click on it. But is it the interactivity you want? You know, so like on the other side of the spectrum, you know, people talk about stuff like resumability, right? Where it's like this idea that, okay, we don't have to run any JavaScript until you interact with it. And I mean, obviously that has to be a huge benefit, but like, is that still hydration when you're on that side of the spectrum? When you're like, some people like to claim it's not, but there are rules that have to apply still. You can break resumability just like you can break hydration in terms of like content on the server and the client not matching. That'll break it just as well. So like there's a lot of gray areas, and I mean the classic example that people use with Quick, even though this is not necessarily quick preload stuff anyways, but like picture if you can click something right away and we don't lose that interaction, but then you have to wait for the code to load. So it actually takes longer overall for the result of that action to happen than say if someone had eagerly hydrated it and it could do the thing right away. So like, I'm not going to say that perhaps that obviously, like, I think something on the resumable or lazy side of the spectrum is obviously conceptually better. I'm just kind of pointing out that within this range, what it even means to be interactive, like when are we done, when is it hydration, is kind of all over the map. No, skew versioning issue is sort of related. I mean, we could talk about skew. We can talk about it. We can let's just put that on the list somewhere. I'm going to talk about it sooner than later. Then, if we want to talk about it, I'm just going to put it on my list that I have off screen here. Because the challenge with I mean, I almost want to talk about it now, but I just want to finish my current thought. When we lazily load a page using lazy and suspense, is that a form of hydration? Well, I mean, I guess it depends when it happens, right? This is the whole thing. What is hydration? What is client side rendering? Are the lines blurring? I got an issue. Let me open up my GitHub, and I'll show you this issue. Solid, yes, solid. Okay, just going to share my screen. Okay, sweet. And I want to talk about this more specifically a bit further down, but there is a question here. Where was it? Data is being refetched on the client when the user interacts during streaming SSR. So they showed this video here, okay? Right? And see if you can see it. So they have a page that's streaming. Now, they're only mocking things, so I think that's why this breaks. But you see it loads and it streams in the content. Then they click the count a couple times. And because of the way they're mocking it, the data doesn't come in. What should happen is the data should still come in, but they mentioned that, oh no, there it came in. I don't know about the empty bit. The empty bit is actually weird. It should have kept the loading, but this is part of this is probably a bug that I think I just fixed a couple of days ago. But the point is that it fetched the data again when they click the count. When they click the count, and they were surprised by this. And the reason, although as I said, there's a bug in Solid here that I just fixed that I'm have to look into it here. The reason is simple. If you update the state, how can you possibly know that you can hydrate some future section that you haven't even rendered yet properly? Right? Like, there's I talked about this during the Astro stream, and we'll talk about not the last one I did, but the one I did for Astro 3 with Matthew Phillips about a year ago. And I talked about this like thing around lazy hydration. And after I did some fixes or some small updates in Solid that I actually want to test today, see how it is in Astro. But we have this kind of problem that if you don't know what this blank section of state depends on, in this case, count and Star Wars movies have nothing to do with each other. But if you don't know that, there is potential that if you update the state up here, let's say count impacts the number of results you show for Star Wars movies. If you update the state, there is no way until you run this section that you know that you could possibly hydrate it properly. If you update state outside of the hydrating boundary, unless there was some way to communicate that this won't be impacted, the client has to re-render because the chance of hydration mismatch is real. There's a difference between a hydration mismatch that happens because, how should I put it? Like someone's using a browser extension, or someone coded their app incorrectly where they're intentionally like checking if window object is there, and then they render two different things, or use local storage, and they basically render something different on the server and the client. But it's a whole other problem if hydration errors can occur when people just do interact with your page differently. Hydration errors should be mostly deterministic. Like you should be able to know that, like, look at the code, you made a hydration error. But this kind of behavior is not acceptable. Now, to be fair, if you built your app in Solid Start, you're not going to have this problem, probably, because you're going to hoist your data fetching to the top level. So as long as the data fetching happens, like the problem here with this stream is the data fetching happens in the stream and it doesn't even get to the code yet. Like the server is, like the way this is set up, if the data fetching is hoisted, then when it finishes, it knows that, yes, even if you have to click it like 10 times, it knows that it can't necessarily keep the streamed in content, but it knows that it doesn't have to refetch the data because it can't be impacted by this changing. But if the data fetching isn't hoisted, you don't use cache function, you're not doing that, and you're fetching underneath the suspense boundary, underneath the stream, we don't know if that data fetching could depend on. What if count is the ID of the movie that you want to fetch? Suddenly, if like you only have a couple options in this kind of case. If someone, like, let's just watch the video again and think about it. Someone comes here. Sorry, let's go to the one with the click. They're loading the movies, and then the later one. They load the movies, and then they click the count here at this point in the of the thing. And the count is actually the ID of the Star Wars movies that are loading in. Now, you have two options, right? Because the state has updated at this point. Something else, like, see, the count is 3. Like, you're displaying the count. Like, you can't keep the results from the server. The server was using 0. Hopefully you don't have to refetch because your data fetching is hoisted, but you can't keep these results, because if the server draws ID 1 and the client tries to hydrate with ID 3, then mismatch. And you could be like, well, what if you just wait to hydrate until everything's done? Well, then the whole page is inactive until the last piece gets touched, right? So you're sitting there and clicking count once, twice. Wait, why is this not working? Don't get me wrong. Solid has event replaying, which means that if you do get to the hydrating parts, before they finish, most often from like a lazy component kind of scenario, it'll handle it. But there's a huge difference between handling a lazy component and like waiting for the data stream to come in and you getting no responsiveness. We should be able to hydrate or make parts of the page not just capable of receiving input, but also showing the results of that. That's what I was talking about a bit earlier, like the difference between being able to receive input and actually show the results of that. Because like, is something truly interactive when you know that your count isn't going to be lost when you click on it? Or is it interactive when this actually updates to 3? I hope you guys are following along so far. In general, this is part of the reason why hydration is such a messy topic, because a lot of times frameworks concerned with what I told you about will do everything possible to force hydration errors into a deterministic thing. Most of the time with hydration errors, most of them that get reported, I can literally see in the code example why it doesn't work. Now, it's hard to communicate this to the developer from error standpoint, because even you could usually see the mistakes in the written code, not in the outputted HTML. The outputted HTML just doesn't match. So then you're like, React recently had a tool where they show the diff of the outputted HTML. Solid's case, it's actually harder because we don't actually have the input. You know what I mean? Like in React, they go, okay, we built a tree. Here's the existing ones. Here's where they don't match. In Solid, we actually hijack the existing tree and try and build it from only the pieces that are already there. That's how we hydrate. So I can't actually show you what it should look like because I don't have it. So again, slight difference between a virtual DOM and a non-virtual DOM approach is that we don't build something to know that it doesn't work. It's as we're like doing the action that we can tell. So that does make hydration errors harder to communicate to the developer, so they get like a cryptic message that's saying like some ID doesn't match. But usually on the code, like there is an issue reported, another issue reported, you know, let me see. Yeah, here. Was it this one? No. No, not this one. This one. You see all these hydration errors. I was shown this. You can tell if you use Solid before. I think you can tell from the code why this causes a hydration error. First of all, what's going on here? Well, we're destructuring props. There's a reason we don't destructure props, but essentially we destructure the prop. So we render the children here, and then we return null. So we don't actually insert them. So we build a bunch of stuff on the server. Who knows what those children is? It could be a freaking giant part of the tree that we're never going to render. And then we go to the client and we go and say, hydrate this. And it goes, okay, let's build all this stuff. And then it goes, oh, I can't find that in the DOM tree. Well, because it's not there. And you might be like, well, we could just allow it to build it on both sides. And then like, you know, in the client, if it can't find it, just create it, right? We could do that. But like, we would never know the difference between someone doing that, like building out a bunch of children that they literally should never do because they're never going to insert them, and someone doing some other kind of weird hydration error where they're like, something's kind of like mismatched because they, you know, grab something out of local storage. Like basically, we lose the ability to actually error on this. Because really the problem is here. Why render stuff you don't need to render? And obviously this is like how much of Solid you know. And it turned out that in the end, indeed, removing the destructuring solves the issue. So it was like a simple fix, but I think this kind of gets into the heart of why people are, you know, have a challenge kind of thinking about the hydration issue, because I don't mind issues like this because they're like, as I said, from the code, deterministically, I can see the problem right away. But if the behavior is something that can change at dynamic time, that is a whole other category. And that's been my fear. I'm a big Astro fan. Oh, hey Fuzzy. But Astro gives people just enough weapons to create this undeterministic hydration behavior on their own and not realize it. So I've been, as a framework author, like kind of concerned because, I mean, I'd get issues reported and I'd be like, huh, how could this ever work? Why do you think this can work? It's like, oh, it's because Astro has a view page transition API, or, you know, it has a client view directive that says only hydrate when it comes into view. And it's like, yeah, those are terrible ideas in a certain sense, right? Like for if you expect to be able to hydrate lazily. And the answer is, unless you can somehow figure out exactly what state updates what state in code that you have never run in the browser, the second some state is updated inside your app on the client, you can no longer hydrate. That's the crux of it. You have to resort now to client rendering. It's a reason that React server components on navigation never render client components again on the server. It's the reason that, you know, most frameworks eagerly hydrate their stuff, even their islands. Like the thing is, if you don't share any state, if things are purely islands, like actual islands of interactivity, then yeah, you can bring the code in independently as much as you want. But as soon as there's reactive state dependencies, persisted shared state, and someone updates that state, well, you're going to have a potential problem unless you can know all the dependencies up front without running them. And the reason I'm focusing on this a bit is because there is actually a solution that knows all the dependencies up front without running them. Right? Resumable solutions. They are the only ones that can take a non-holistic view of it. Like they can take they can go, okay, no, I'm not going to stop my hydration. To be fair, resumable solutions don't hydrate in the same way. They can just go like, it's just this one thing. So in a sense, resumable solutions that of that nature have a slight leg up in hydration in that they prevent the indeterminate hydration issue. They still have all the fixed hydration issues, right? Like if someone tries to render something different from the server and the client, like they have all that, but they fix the indeterminate one. And I decided this week, as working through bug fixes, that I too want to fix the indeterminate one. You can still do it without resumability. You just have to very simply be like, when hydration is done, hydration is done. It's the, and that just takes it out of our concern. So I'm hoping a little bit later today we're going to play around with a demo with Astro and actually show that. Confused. I thought components couldn't execute in the update state before hydration is done. Well, which components? See, the thing is, I'm talking about how resumability is like the solution to being a little bit more granular here. But the truth of the matter is, not most, but like React, Solid, maybe soon Angular. I was listening to some influences they're getting from Wiz. But definitely React and Solid. Obviously anything resumable, like Quick, Wiz. We are interactive before the page has fully hydrated. In fact, we're interactive not by the interactivity I was saying at the beginning, but we can capture interactivity before we even load our frameworks on the page. We use a mechanism of event replay and capture. So what happens is when you load the page, if the JavaScript hasn't loaded, we can click a button like 10 times, and then when our framework hydrates, you'll suddenly see the button jump to 10. We have some form of interactive capturing even before we can do anything with it. But what I'm getting at is, it's fine if you're in a zone where like you hydrate that section of the page and you make sure you hydrate in order or in a way that you don't run the events until you run the code that could hydrate it. So like if someone has a button and like we make sure you hydrate the whole synchronous chunk that you got. So like if you have a stream, I mean, stream isn't a good example because the content doesn't get there till it gets there. But like, yeah, this is the problem I had with React's selective hydration and trying to explain it to people. But like, if it essentially, you don't have to, how do I want to phrase this? You can make sure that the events run in the right order. Like if someone goes click button 1, then clicks button 2, and then clicks button 1, you don't want to run the last button 1 click event until after button 2 is run. And if button 2 is in some lazy loaded code that loads after the first section, you can actually, do 1, and then as soon as 2 comes and go 2, 1 again. My point is like, because of lazy loading of code, it's quite possible that you can interact with a part of the page that is already hydrated and have other parts of the page that haven't hydrated yet. And unless you're going to just defer all hydration until everything is done, you're going to have places where state is updated before things can hydrate. You don't, either you show the 3 on the counter or you don't. You know what I mean? Like, you don't. There's no real half measures here. So, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I mean, maybe people don't even realize this fact, but like, if you server render a page, okay, like, and you see the page in its whole, let's say, like, forgetting even about streaming, you just have a whole page that's server rendered, right? But different sections, different nested routes. Actually, you know what? Maybe I have a stack blitz for this. Different nested routes. It's been a while. It's never easy. Sorry. Oh, weird. I'm only sharing the one tab, it looks like. Sorry, 1 second. So the reason I was saying is never easy is that I'm, two-factor authentication. I haven't signed into StackBlitz on this computer for a little bit. It's like, do I have my phone in my pocket or not? Give me 2 seconds. GitHub in this case. All right. Oh, did I not? Oh, never mind. Half the time I'm not even signed in to StackBlitz. So like when I play with these things, so I'll start with nested route config forked. Yeah, this isn't even it. I was playing around, not signed in. Never mind. Sorry about that. Yeah. So what I'm getting at is like, so I don't have the example right in front of me right now. What I'm getting at is that, like, maybe I don't know if I should Excalibur draw it. I just wish. Okay, actually, no. Like, we have a real example. Hacker News is a perfect example, right? I'm just gonna Netlify dev, right? Not Netlify dev, sorry, PNPM dev, right? Just gonna open a Hacker News example. We always have these in front of us, and sweet. Okay, this streamed in, but I'm gonna change this right now, not the stream in. I'm gonna go into the source code here, and then I'm gonna go in, and then for our main stories page, where is it? This one. I'm just gonna say, like, this async thing. Let's just defer that first stream. True. Okay. Now that we deferred the stream, when we refresh, you're like, oh, look, no placeholder, right? So the code looks like it waits till it's all there, right? So even when I refresh on this page, it's all all the same page. It's no longer streaming it in. It just waits for it to show up, and it does that. But even if I have the whole point of data here, this is nested routing. There's a nav section, and then there's a page section. So there's 2 chunks of JavaScript. It is quite possible that you have the main chunk and you don't have this chunk yet. Even if you can see the full HTML in front of you, even if there's no visible suspense boundary, there are 2 separate chunks of JavaScript, because when I'm on a different page, like this page, I still have this nav bar. I don't want to send the JavaScript for the other page. So there needs to be a separate chunk of JavaScript. And if that's the case, these will hydrate at different times. The question is, unless you wait for everything. Now, in the case of this, you could wait for everything because it all comes at the same time, right? But in other cases, let's remove the defer stream now. It doesn't come in at the same time. We get the header much sooner now because we're streaming the rest of the content in. So like code splitting affecting the time of hydration happens potentially even when the HTML happens at the same time, because sometimes it has a possibility of not happening at the same time. Just like waiting till the end to hydrate is not a good plan if you have the potential of streaming. Yes, partial loading of codes. So this is when I'm talking about the modern nature of hydration. We have HTML flying in at different times. We have JavaScript flying in at different times, and we're supposed to just coordinate this in a way that's just, just works, right? The developer can make the choice, right? They can choose whether to load stuff together or whether to stream stuff in and wait for it. I actually thought this was a little bit funny. I don't know if you guys saw this. I posted something on Twitter, and this thing, right? I posted something on Twitter, and someone was like, "No, PPR is like the best thing ever because it solves this problem." And they're showing me how in their old page, see the new one, there's no loading spinners, but in the old one, there was loading spinners. And I think we can see this for ourselves. I'm trying to remember the original author actually responded somewhere here. Yeah, for those, see, without PPR, you can see this. If I go here, loading spinner, right? Let's do it again. Oh no, it's already loaded the first time. So let's go again, loading spinner, right? And then they're like, oh, okay. And then with PPR, first time, no loading spinner. Ooh, PPR solves this. No, this has. I was trying to figure out what was causing this. Like if it was like some fancy mechanism. It's actually really, really simple. They're just choosing to hold the stream until the main content there. Now, this is pre-rendered, so the stream obviously can be held because it's like basically synchronous. It's available immediately. But you have to understand that it's still not immediately from the browser. The browser still has that time from the page request to actually make that decision. So like they've just decided that in this case that, to not send it to the browser with a loading state. They're sending it with the content right away. Whereas the previous version, I actually, you know what? Do the trick. I showed a client-side navigation because it's RSCs, it doesn't really make a difference, but to actually prove the point more, you can see when I refresh this page here, there's no loading spinner. And then when I go to without PPR and I refresh the page, there'll be a loading spinner as well. It's just a matter of choosing when to stream. And obviously it's completely safe to hold the stream if you're going to get the content right away. But this has nothing to do specifically with PPR. It's just the fact that PPR let them hold the stream. As I said, I like this demo because it's an example of something that should be easy for developers to do. But it got kind of bundled under this feature, right? To be solid has defer stream, which we showed off today. Remix, guess what? Also has a defer mode that they also added. So like, this commentary on this is kind of like a bit of an aside. But my point is that the control here, manage of when and when to stream, is in the developer's hands, mostly. So solutions have to be able to be dynamic along this range, which means we do have to consider what modern hydration means. Like this is obviously a streaming example, right? But at the very extreme, you have quick breaking your app into 1,000 pieces of JavaScript that can all come in at separate times, right? Like they can run separately. Yeah, what's PPR? It's partial pre-rendering. Yeah. The thing is, last week I did a demo, and like maybe it's not the time to go into it. I basically made the same next site and Astro Island site, but didn't use partial pre-rendering, didn't use CDN cache. I was just like, what if we just edge render it? Because like, let's face it, edge rendering of a small page that's basically static HTML strings is going to probably take all of about 2 milliseconds or maybe 5 milliseconds. So like, I don't see that being the difference, right? And surprise, surprise, it wasn't. But yeah, isn't this just caching the PPR is? But you're missing is. Let me show you. I have to go back to his example. It's not completely static, I don't think. If I can find his example here with PPR, he has multiple suspense boundaries on his page. So if I scroll down here, maybe we see it. No, this content doesn't have multiple suspense boundaries, so doesn't show it. The fact that it's the PPR fact that it's caching it is why it's basically ignoring that the suspense boundaries there. It's like, but it's equivalent of holding the stream, so to speak, right? Is what I mean. Like the fact that it's cached makes it the tiniest bit faster, but it doesn't actually. It's not the thing dictating this behavior, right? Like it is why this behavior is happening here, but you don't need that, right? In my partial pre-render demo, I also held the stream for the I also held the stream. Where is it? Profile. Yeah. I also held the stream for the top level content, and surprise, surprise. Let me just grab a page. As you can see, the main content, this is loaded right away while the rest of it streams in. If I told it not to defer the stream, then this would very briefly, because this data is already cached, the way to the demo, would show a loading state as well. But because I held the stream, you have the same effect without PPR. But yeah, what I'm getting at is the caching aspect of this versus streaming is kind of minimal. But you start seeing, though, in a world we're going to with this stuff, where you can interact with these things before other things come in and stuff, that we have to, like picture if this was like especially slow, or if something else was especially slow, would it make sense that you couldn't interact with the page? Like it wouldn't feel like it's hydrated. It's funny, when we were client rendering, we didn't notice these problems too badly because you couldn't show anything until you could interact with it. And then when we got initial SSR and we held the whole page like I was showing before, we first got our taste of, oh, I can interact with this, and it doesn't do anything at first. But the second you add streaming, it's like a whole other dimension now, because you get the static stuff even sooner, potentially. So it's sitting there in front of you even longer. And if you're saying that you can't interact with that, until the very end, like your uncanny valley, so to speak, goes from being like maybe a couple hundred milliseconds to being like 600, like, or maybe a second, like depending on how long this data comes in, and the slowest part of your page. Like when you get to that point, it is definitely noticeable. I mean, I had people report a bug that I again fixed and solved related to all this. Let me show you what I'm talking about, because we already had some of the mechanisms, but I had bugs in them because people weren't testing them. Check out this issue. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Flaky cache all route after hydration. Let's watch this video. See, path 1, home 1. Refresh. Quickly go over and click. Okay. About path not updating. Now it did. The reason is, if this was a bug in Solid where we started hydrating, we basically overrode the the events for things that shouldn't have happened yet. I'm not getting into the details yet, but my point is like, I mean, I already made my point, right? Like it would be brutal if you know, like they're purposely doing a slowdown so that we can do this, like make lazy slower, but it'd be really brutal if you couldn't interact with the page. This small timing bug, as I said, I fixed in the latest version of Solid, but I wanted to kind of point out that like you need to, once you have streaming, you need to consider this. Yeah, it should be, or at least it's able to capture interactivity. I mean, there's with streaming, it's kind of like with streaming, when the new content comes in, you have the benefit usually that the JavaScripts probably beat it there. So there's a good chance that the hydration time is like in the sub, like single digit milliseconds. So like you're not like the difference between you seeing it and interacting with it is basically nothing. But I mean, not always. It depends on the length of the request, but like, so there's a possibility that the add to cart hasn't been hydrated yet. But like, generally speaking, it at least pushes the visuals back. But the stuff in that main shell that comes in, sorry, actually, let me look here. Is the add to cart in the, yeah, it's in the main shell. Like we should be able to collect the stuff ahead of time. Like, I don't know if I can show this. I don't think I can get over there fast enough. Oh, what's the shortcut? Is it like on a Mac? Is it like Command F5 or something? Sorry, I'm like two Windows user. How do I? What's the shortcut for reloading the browser? Yeah, let's just sit right on the. Oh, no, I gotta do it here. Let's sit here. Like this did update before the content came in. Anyway. No, Command Shift R? No. Like doing something else. Okay, never mind. All right. Do you want to enable diction? Not now. Oh, it's maybe I was like focused on the wrong page. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I mean, the top section is just doing synchronous work right now. I like gutted it, so yeah. Looks. Anyway. Yeah. I almost have to artificially put in slowdowns to actually show some of this stuff off, but sort of. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I could talk about this now because we're deep into it. But like, I took the same thing we talked about on stream, and I actually ran it through page speed just to see stuff. And I thought this was kind of interesting. Maybe before we go to this, let's just answer any questions about what we talked about so far. Let me scroll up. Is it possible to replace hydration with a transition from backend run logic to front end logic once everything is loaded in the front end? I mean, that is kind of hydration. The problem is these things happen in stages, right? So like, it's not like, yeah, I mean, forgetting about like server components or whatever, like purely isomorphic approaches, I said would already fall into this because you only write the logic in one way and then you move it across the wire. So I'm not quite sure I'm following on that. I know I'm getting late to this comment that was like 15 minutes ago, but The issue with PPR and caching is exactly the point you made at the beginning. If partial that has a small TTL is outdated while it's streaming, then the issue old patching gotchas pre-spot. Right. So you're talking about yeah. Are we getting back to like the skew thing? Can we benefit in any way from PPR on pages behind auth since the cache would only be an empty shell? Well, I mean, I wonder if Next is trying to figure out ways to do that. Like in theory, if you had a way of rendering the page like a mock user, you could PPR those pages, right? Like you could, if you had a way to like get past the auth to do the pre-render, and like basically if the auth guarding was only around the data part of the page. See, it's funny. Solid router and auth pisses people off. I know this innately because they're just like, how do I do auth? I don't get it. And it's because we auth the data, not the page. Like it's when like we assume that there's going to be some kind of async or whatever question, and then but we don't block. So we actually render the we start rendering the page essentially while you're figuring out if it's authenticated. And at a certain point, you put the block where you say show if authorized or whatever, right? And what I'm trying to get at is, in theory, in a setup that's data driven auth, like I'm talking about, like we do in Solid, yes, you could pre-render everything because the auth would be async, which would be under a suspense boundary, which means that while in some ways it's more wasteful, sync stuff isn't terribly expensive. You could basically like shell it out, and then anything that have actual consequence. The biggest thing is PPR, server islands, all this category of stuff is much less beneficial if the LCP content is the large content plate is not static. So I'm assuming that, and I could be wrong, but like in this case, your storefront, the reason, like even though technically your authentications, around the the card and stuff, it's a lot easier to say like the rest of this we don't really care about, and then you have these little windows of it. But like if you're behind a whole auth page, you're like, I can't show anything without it. I'm gathering your LCP is going to be dynamic, like it's going to be based on users. So unless you're caching results per user level, maybe that's something you could do. Maybe you could like run PPR for your best customers. Like unless you're doing that, I'm going to say that your LCP is probably going to be dynamic, which means my whole comparison here is actually very important, with the streaming, because the difference of that static part for your stream page doesn't matter very much. And the dynamic part is going to consist of most of the page. The difference between streaming and PPR is almost nothing. And the difference between streaming and server islands is actually going to be way worse. You don't want server islands in your use case. I can show why in a minute. I have a stream about this topic specifically, but the gist of it is we keep on appending stuff to the bottom of the document, and then we flush script tags that flush them out. Like if I look at this Hacker News demo, let me see. It's streaming. I can show you the network. You can see it's all in the HTML, which is quite nice. Let's go doc, click. Okay, let's look at the document. Response. Let me. This is my problem with my super zoomed in view that I use so that I can show people stuff on stream. It's sometimes a pain to find the right. Like right now, my window of actually showing the stuff is super small. I mean, I can shrink the dev tools a little bit. Okay. Okay. So what do we have here? Head document, some hydration script, some initial setup stuff for hydration, blah, blah, blah. Some inline styles that are coming from Beat. I'm in dev mode, so ignore this. Okay. Oh, this doesn't even have the latest solid. I shrunk these. Anyways, not important. What I'm going to show you here is, here's the header, here's the anchor tag, right? And then you're going to see this, in our case, this template ID that's like a marker that I put in. I used an element because it's easier to find an element than a comment tag or something. But then you're going to see loading, which is the loading. And then this ID is actually the same as this ID. They just kind of match up. And then we've actually finished the body, finished the HTML, and we're done. Then some time later, a template with that same ID will show up, which happens to have all the rest of the content for our page. And HTML, doesn't really care. And then we flush a script tag that's like, hey, find that element. It calls this function with that element, but it's just like, get that element by ID, get the other element, go through, find the zone of the placeholder. So go through next sibling until you find the comment. And then if hydration has been canceled, just remove the stuff from the DOM. Otherwise, just replace the content. Just insert this template's content into up here, essentially this. So you just flip it, and ta-da, we have out of order streaming. It takes JavaScript, which is a whole other topic. So I was looking at trying to do this with Shadow DOM, and Shadow DOM is very limited because you have to do the content at the same scope the template is, and because template has scoping for styles, like it's very awkward to have nesting, like template and template and template. Like the thing, this is single streamed in content, but what if you had content that has content in it? I have an example in the solid repo where you load a user page and then you load their comments, and those are separate requests. So you the comments take longer, so you stream those in as a separate thing. It's very hard to do that. So basically, you need JavaScript for streaming to work out of order. In order streaming, you could pause it and do it. And if you've ever been to a site like eBay, they do a combination of in order and out of order streaming. But generally speaking, out of order streaming requires JavaScript. So that's how it works. If you're streaming plus hydration, why not do client only at that point? A lot less hassle. Out of order streaming is going to require JavaScript anyways. Yeah, I mean, it's just about, it's an interesting question, right? This has been the question people have been asking for a while. Like, do I care about any of this? If I'm going to be like behind a login wall, and I don't know. The last time I made a single page app behind a login wall, I did not use SSR. But if you do, then you do. All right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could stand behind the statement to a certain degree. But like, to me, the whole thing's just a giant spectrum of like stuff. Like we're kind of all doing data and view and stuff. Conceptually, high level, you could say that, but without a border streaming, we have everything. Yeah, this is one of the classic questions about streaming, like how to handle cancellation events. I don't think we're handling them quite properly. But yeah, I remember Marco team, like the browser can become aware that the page is canceled, but the server can't. So you kind of got to leave the browser to kind of, I think the server can't. Yeah. There's a whole section in Marco I don't know if you remember Taylor. He came on the stream a couple years ago. He did a bunch of research into this area. I honestly haven't. I assume at the point that someone's willing to cancel the page, then they're also willing to refresh the page. In case of HTML streaming, do we send all the scripts and templates together with the initial HTML when all the scripts get resolved within the rest of the data? No, generally we're sending the HTML in chunks. Like we're not sending the templates. Aren't really, they're template elements. They're actually fully resolved. There's no holes in here. This is actually, unless there's other suspense boundaries, it's basically fully server rendered content. So we don't like client render it after it. Like the big benefit of this approach of, because we used to do data streaming in Solid like pre 1.3, and it worked like you said. The big benefit of this approach is if you're on a really slow network and the JavaScript for your framework hasn't loaded yet, these inline things will still get you in there. So basically, this streaming approach of sending the finished HTML and using these inline script tags to flip in is not impacted by the speed at which you can start hydrating. Like this will happen before, like streaming works if Solid hasn't even been loaded on the page yet. Like the HTML will come in. So you will see the content sooner, which is still generally the goal. If there's really, this is extremely true, and I don't see anyone cancel the page other than desktop. Yeah. Anyway, I forget why I went down this particular avenue. I think I was trying to show. Yeah, I think we were building up to this visual test because I was trying to impress on this example here, because we talked about this my last stream, but I actually went in and just kind of ran them through web page test, and I did it in super slow-mo so you guys can kind of see, so we can stop at some key points. First key point was this one. If I go back here, yeah, 1.3, I guess. Yeah, 1.3. I don't know why Vercel Edge has been just Matthias from Billman from Netlify, my boss, he was on the stream explaining some of the complexity of Vercel's Edge solution. But one thing that I saw while I was doing my test was that Vercel Edge was consistently slower than Vercel PPR and consistently slower than Netlify Edge. And while there's variance, we'll see a 0.1 difference here and there through different tests and different networks. It was very clear to me that on average Vercel Edge is just slower, and often like 100 milliseconds or so slower. Again, I don't know why. I just saw this, right? Oh, you know what, Fuzzy? This article is based on a Minko's talk, and we actually 2 streams ago covered Minko's talk like live, and I reviewed it. So I'm pretty sure that I probably already covered this content. So like they forgot to remove the delay 100. Yeah, no, that's a lovely thing. But no, the Vercel Edge demo here, it's not apples to apples. This is next. The Vercel demo here is actually solid. It's the exact same code across both of these. Now, don't get me wrong. There's going to be variance of like 0.1 or so between different runs. It just makes sense, like it's not all the same. But on average, I mean, you can kind of see it here. Let's keep on going. There we go. 1.5. Now Vercel Edge starts coming in. Now, what gets to paint is also variable. The browser tries to make its best assumption or whatever they end up, so it's thing. But one thing that is really interesting is that by this point, the solid demo has already fetched this content. This is the fastest. This one takes 200 milliseconds, where the Vercel is still fetching here. And the reason is I think that we don't need the double proxy through the origin. I would have expected these to be similar, but I also consistently saw I don't know, like saw that for the stuff that happened dynamically after the fact, the streaming example, were faster at loading them in than Vercel's PPR ones. It might have to do with like the double hop they do. But let's continue on. There, 1.6, the images get in, and this page is actually done. I mean, there's more stuff happening in the background, but visually, your LCP content is done. To be fair, they would have counted LCP on this page. No, it's when the image comes in. I think both of these would have been counted probably LCP at this point, but this page is actually not finished yet. Continue. Did I go too far? Nope, I did not. Then at 1.8, the Vercel page is visually finished. And then this one is still loading that other content because probably still from the initial delay of that. And there it is at 1.9. 1.9. Yeah. And then finally, yeah, this is pretty much the end. I don't know why they decided to end. There's nothing else that flickers on the page after this point. But, you know, stuff's happening off screen, some other dynamic loading, whatever. But my point is that, like, this is pretty much in line of what I kept on seeing when doing these examples. But it was interesting to me that Vercel Edge did seem slower than, like, Vercel PPR is definitely definitely an improvement over Vercel Edge. And interestingly enough, like, I guess it's the difference between being hosted in the same like thing. My understanding that, like, if you talk to someone from Cloudflare, they're going to be like, these guys, Netlify, Vercel, they don't do true edge. They don't bring the stuff as close as possible to the end user. They're leveraging the fact that these are quicker boot up runtimes, running a more sleek, improved performance runtime at the edge to, you know, get faster results, you know, closer to the CDN, so to speak, you know, kind of thing. But it doesn't, like, it doesn't, it's not the same as like true edge if you talk to someone from Cloudflare, so to speak. And the difference between Netlify and Vercel is that Netlify's Dino, like, basically their edge is right next to, it's like in AWS in like the same region. They're just like, hey buddy, you know, like, we got this. Vercel Edge does this dance where it goes first to AWS before going out to the Cloudflare worker, and then I think it still gets routed back through again. So again, you know, this routing might only take, you know, a couple dozen milliseconds. I think on average you see it, and I don't know if there's a startup cost initiative, but PPR somehow Vercel negates the overhead of their typical edge offering, at least from what I can tell. But this isn't the only reason that I want to look at this demo, right? It's because the JS size has no impact in terms of being partial here, right? Because, like, in this demo, the solid version was smaller than the Astro, which I'll show in a minute, or the next version, right? The next version is like considerably bigger, but even in this like simulated 3G or 4G environment, I think this is still in the US, like maybe in like countryside US that they're testing this. Like, the size is not impacting this because you don't need to hydrate for this stuff to work. It's all streaming, and you don't need, the only JavaScript you need is the stuff inlined into the page. So JavaScript size doesn't matter because it doesn't impact the visual here, nor does the JS execution time. Because if you actually look in Lighthouse, we tested it last week. I think you remember, this was like blocking for like almost half a second, and these ones were like more like, 40 milliseconds or something. What did I say here? Or no, I guess, yeah, or sorry, it was more like 100, and Astro version's like 50 or whatever. Basically, it didn't matter because the running scripts did not really impact the visualization of the page, right? So, like, all the stuff that we kind of bench towards doesn't really impact make much of an impact on the static case, right? I did, however, run the same test with start on Netlify Edge, next PPR, and Astro server islands. And again, we're going to see some variation here. I think if this is the right one, where we get it, but 1.3. Okay, so in this run, the next PPR did win the battle, but as I said, this is they're all unlike the Vercel Edge example where you actually saw it like 200 milliseconds. This is like a rounding error amount of difference. PPR is for a very specific use case, yes. And Astro Server Islands, I would argue, is for an even more specific use case. PPR is actually designed almost in a way that you could think that it would be good for the general case, right? Let's keep on going. So at 1.6 again, consistently our start edge thing is done. Vercel's still waiting on this, and Astro is still waiting on this, right? So this is pretty consistent with our previous run, with slightly slower response this time for these guys, but it's within the range. Still not there? Okay. This one took a little longer this time for next PPR to get there at 2.1. And then let's keep on watching for Astro. There, 3.1. A whole second slower than next PPR, and almost a second and a half slower than solid start server islands for this to come in. Now, the truth is the old Astro demo had longer delays on them, but this is a new version of the Astro demo that I created, which I shortened delays, and the next app did the delays in this kind of weird way where they like added them on and then Astro copied it and then next like changed the way they do delays. So I had to go back and change the Astro version to do the delays in a different way too. Right? Like it was actually like a little bit funny game to play, because in any case, the reason is this. I'm getting to answer here PPR in general versus server. Can you explain? It's because PPR doesn't take any specific hit over edge streaming. It's just edge streaming. I've been saying from the beginning, it's like edge streaming with static render. Like if I had my edge function go, get me static HTML for the first chunk and then continues my normal streaming on the rendering on the edge, it'd be like the same as next PPR. Next PPR's like is basically just edge streaming. Astro, as we showed on the last stream, let me show Scala draw. Not this stream. Yeah, see? Out of order, I mean, I moved the CDN and the edge around a bit. But if you look at, I mean, this diagram shows everything. What is the difference between out of order and PPR? They are identical, basically. Like there's very little difference here. Server islands talk to the CDN, but then they go to the origin from the client. They don't use the edge as an intermediate here. And that means that when you do your initial request, they can't start fetching the data until they get back to the client to then get the dynamic parts. So they're paying the overhead of this travel and this travel. From the CDN to the client, from the client to the origin, latency, it gets added on to all the stuff that they're doing here. So when you do that, you end up with this. And as I said, if your LCP is the main content, do I care that this came a little bit later? No, I don't freaking care. I can interact with it, do all my stuff. I don't care. But if this is your LCP is your main content, like here, I do care if my main page takes, a second and a half longer to show up. I do. So like server islands are like the idealized form. They're the new Jamstack, as I said, like the new way of just like making the static part really fast and say, I don't care about the rest. It's so much nicer though, because the mechanism is all in HTML now instead of like heavy JavaScript frameworks. Like you remove that weird hydration cost bottleneck that old single page apps had for doing e-commerce. Like people using Jamstack classically for e-commerce had some struggles. The Astro solution basically gets rid of the core of it. But I'd say PPR is more general because it's just edge streaming. Like the dynamic content, or sorry, static content is fast, and the dynamic content is as fast as you can get it, which is the same as edge streaming. So the only downside is there might be is the extra infrastructure overhead cost and all the stuff that's specific to Vercel and all that kind of stuff. But otherwise, it is basically like edge streaming, more or less. Sorry, did I do an okay job of explaining the difference? Like, if most of your LCP content is static, you like this exact page, server islands make a ton of sense because, as I've shown here for this case, perhaps there's no real benefit on the static side, and it's actually slower for the server side. But to make server islands in Astro is mind-numbingly simple and works on every single infrastructure, and you don't need anything, and it's framework agnostic, and it's like there's so many wins that you can just be like, I really don't care how fast just 6 rooms left comes. God, you've been on websites where the whole thing takes that long. I was using realtor.com the other day, and man, that's brutal. Just an aside, but like this is very simple, agnostic, very good for this use case. You don't want your heavily dynamic LCP content to use this approach. PPR in theory won't suffer from either side, except for all the complexity. It's the exact opposite, right? And then edge streaming, like I showed in the start example, is like the middle ground that frameworks like Solid and Remix and whatever have been doing, and generally is fairly agnostic, but it's a little bit more complicated. You gotta like the framework, has to know about something. It's not something that's as easy for like a third party like Astro to implement. So like they have to depend on React or like Solid to give that functionality. So like it's understandable where it sits, but that's kind of like the spectrum here. So if Breakfast Spot is cool for apps, all the issues that frames are trying to solve right now are side pages in e-commerce. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's a hope of there eventually being a unified approach. I've stepped back from this. You can see this a bit in Solid Start's design. While we support SSR and we support very efficient patterns of SSR, I think SSR can be beneficial for things that could classically be SPAs. I'm not so hounded on that initial page load stuff to kind of walk through these. As I said, if someone is on that spectrum, like if this is your website, use Astro. I'm always big on pushing use Astro and Solid. And I'm hoping, some of the other stuff I want to show today makes it really obvious that could even be easier. Obviously, we have experimental islands and Solid Start. Everyone wants the one solution for everything. So like that's why this work is happening. But I do feel like Next has and RSCs like React Core is definitely focused themselves more on addressing this gap. It's almost like they're looking at like what React's good at, and they're like, okay, how can we be good at this as well? So they're expanding the capability. Where, would that always come to complexity? Astro version is just like, how dirt simple can I be? It's like not quite HTMX levels, but it's like that same kind of path. Like I feel like if you drew a spectrum, you could show like HTMX kind of off the edge. Astro is somewhere in a reasonable place, and then you start getting, other people crazy on the other side. Yeah, thanks, Dave, for just summarizing what I said so quickly. Interesting thing that PPAR sheds at large dynamic CLC, but then at that point, it's not much different than regular edge streaming, except more complex. Exactly. Yeah. That's the way I would put it. The thing is, when Astro server islands didn't exist, Next was like cornering this side, right? They're like, look, PPR, you know. But server islands are like, I love when Astro does stuff like that. They just like basically on one side, like stuff like where I get frustrated where it can break frameworks and stuff, like I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. But on the other hand, this is such a great example of like, oh, we just did the simple obvious thing, But the thing is, it's not the simple obvious thing for React or Next that care to be a bit more general. Astro is serving exactly Astro's customers in exactly the best way they can. So like, yeah, I mean, it's genius because they took a path that Next won't follow, I don't think, and they just like showed them who's boss in a certain way. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. The apps that I build in my lives that benefit from lifestyle. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Yeah, exactly. Like there's I think in general, as like a bigger moving process, it's like the pendulum thing, but like we swung too far client. There's a downside of being too client heavy. We need to find the right mix, the right balance again. So server has value. I think it might be overhyped. It's just that there was a gap here, and you just look at React. Like React needed to come up with ways to address that gap. I'm sometimes surprised at how the length they went. But like they're also dealing at a different scale than the average developer. This was kind of leading up to my other post that I tweeted about simple demos not being able to show off the benefits of these things. It's like this also doesn't show the whole story, right? I sometimes being in the middle is a good place to be. But you're always going to be smoked by things on either side. It's less sensational. Yeah, there you go. Server islands. Yeah. Sure, get HTMX in there too. Why not? But like, yeah, I mean, this all is kind of related to topics, right? I'm just putting check marks besides things that we talked about. We put server islands, performance. We talked about what is interactivity. We haven't talked a ton about streaming interruption. I guess we did talk about streaming interruption. What else do we have on my list? Yeah, let's talk about. I forget if I showed this on stream. Oh, I did part of it, but while we're doing performance type of things, in this zone, I wouldn't mind talking about. Remember how I scored like my first 80 ever on the death page using Lighthouse, and I was like with client side routing without using partial hydration or HTML partials, and I was very excited on the last stream. I was like, man, if this is possible, if we can get in this ballpark of the partial hydrated solutions without partial hydration, that's incredible, right? Because the problem is, I think I mentioned this before, and I actually went and hung out with Misco the other day, and I can talk a bit about our conversation in a minute. But I was saying that like even when you add client side routing to Quick, it becomes like server components per wise in terms of initial page load. It loses its serialization edge that you get from an MPA, and like the only demos that client side route and score in the like 85 90s are ones that are fundamentally broken from like the SSR state persistent tearing model that we'll talk about a little bit more. So like either you're an MPA essentially, or you can't score better than 65. And my solid start demo, my server component demos, my quick demos, they all scored basically the same. Don't get me wrong, there are definitely losers in my comparison, ones that score worse than that. But they are there. And then I went and made that demo last week where I basically kept the serialization out of the script and then did a callback over HTTP2, hopefully, and get the content to hydrate as it kind of streams in. And we saw an 80 on that test, and it was like crazy. So I ran it through web page scores. And I think I actually showed this on stream where I showed the web page test, and people are like, I don't get it. Am I supposed to see that the Astro version is slower or faster? And I was like, well, I don't actually have an Astro, streaming version, so I can't actually benchmark the difference between a framework that doesn't serialize the data and one that does. And ultimately, when I ran my timeline between the one that like does that trick and whatnot, there was very little difference. It's like the streaming was basically started at the same point, and this one seemed to flash in the content sooner and end a little bit sooner. And I looked at some of these numbers to try and understand, like, was lazy beating SSR? Where does lazy beat SSR versus not having to serialize? Well, we can't really trust visuals for Astro here because it doesn't stream. But generally speaking, I saw this very small open up, basically could be between runs, difference between lazy being better, essentially, on every single metric, except for the total number of requests, so obviously because it does an extra request. So yeah, it was basically a wash from this, which suggests that perhaps my AD is no good. I was talking to Misko, and he's like, you should go talk to the Lighthouse people. This is probably it's probably a problem with Lighthouse, not a problem with, like, that shouldn't score higher than what we're already doing with streaming. He suggested that like Lighthouse has a flaw in it, and that I should talk to the Chrome team. So I might do that. But it is very, very interesting to me that we're in this kind of zone where the data serialization could impact stuff so severely, enough to basically knock frameworks out. Like when I talked to Misko about the fact that Quick, when as soon as you had client-side routing, basically tanked the performance, not tanked, but went back to the same as basically any hyper-optimized single-page app kind of a framework. He said the problem was context. And I thought that was an interesting perspective. He said that it was a shared data state. And he was like, if we could tell people that, almost like a spy movie, that like this context will self-destruct, you can only read from it once, then we don't have this problem, because like then we don't need to serialize it, because no one would write code that could ever read from it again in the future. I don't know how practical that is when you have like nested routing, you have shared state that you need to change to the next page. You might access new pieces of that data that you haven't yet. But he's like, well, make them opt into it. Because in a case like our Hacker News demo here, you never need any content on this page after the fact in terms of navigation. It is interesting, though, that if you hide these comments and then you have to render them again, maybe you would, but this actually uses CSS to hide it. That's the whole trick, why you don't need to serialize the data in like an MPA like Astro or whatever, because this is all, the whole page, including all the hidden content, is all pre-rendered and sent along, and then we're just using JavaScript to hide it, so you never need to render it again on the client. So if you could somehow make that guarantee with your data, then you could skip serializing it. It was an interesting conversation regardless, but I just kind of wanted to point out that it's quite possible that my hack to push the serialization off the main HTML body might not be as impactful as Lighthouse would suggest. Just something to kind of put out there. To be fair, we should know that Lighthouse probably, it's a diagnostic, it's a guideline at best. I think there was a where was it? Bookmarks. There was a Theo video that I saw the other day, and it was actually highlighting Selma's article. Used to work with Selma at Netlify, DevRel. That was talking about how to like mess with the numbers to score well in Lighthouse. I think it's worth pointing out to people who might just like see this on surfaces. Lighthouse is exactly for people like me, and sometimes people who are working on their sites and they want a quick idea of like if something's a good idea or a bad idea. Lighthouse does not really give a true indicator of the overall performance of your site. There's something called Core Web Vitals, which is what they actually use. Lighthouse is just like a lab test, so to speak. That being said, lab tests are still incredibly valuable. I think people are really too quick to basically be like, oh, it's just Lighthouse, who cares? Well, sometimes Lighthouse can point out when you're doing stupid stuff. And essentially, I think it's a good, as you're developing your site and you care about page speed, it's a good thing to develop against. But it's not. It'll hopefully put you in a good range. You don't need to be obsessed with the 100, but hopefully it will put you in a decent place. Sometimes I'd suggest, if possible, be obsessed with the 100, because the truth of the matter is, in some cases, the 100 is easy to get. But once you move out of that range, then at least you're thinking about the right things. Just kind of an aside. But it can mislead you. So always important to have a second point of measure. That's why I like things like web page test. It's a little bit more real world for lab style tests. None of this is going to be as good as Web Vitals, which will test on real devices around the world. But you need to be able, to make decisions before you have that information. Lab tests are valuable. So just throwing that out there. Okay. What was this in relation to? Right. It was in the web stuff. Yeah. So we still have some stuff to figure out. There might be potential. We should rerun again and see if we can, there might be hundreds of milliseconds to be gained here still that I'm not fully seeing, but this is far from conclusive, which is my whole point here. Okay. So that's done for that. Let's talk Skew for a bit. Hopefully Patrick's still around, because I would love to understand better where the concerns are around Skew protectancy. The funny thing is, to a certain level, we've always had this problem with long-lived client applications, right? The Skew problem is, you have an app, you've deployed it, maybe even use a service worker, to do stuff in the background. Great. And then people are using your app. They keep it open all day, like Twitter. It's always that tab on the other side, and then someone deploys the latest version, and your API has changed. So communicating with the server now is going to have some problems, because you're missing required fields that need to be sent on the specific API, or yeah, I mean, that's probably the most common one. Maybe you call an endpoint that doesn't exist anymore, etc. Right? In a certain degree, we've had these sort of issues way back. I remember GraphQL being the first place that I started really thinking about it, because it used to be the practice that you generally would version your APIs. You'd be like V1, V2, and you'd have these crazy URLs where the version would be in the path, and that was kind of the standard way people would build their APIs. It'd be like V1 API /users, and then sometimes I've even seen it nested the other way. You'd have like /user /v1 /v2, depending on how complicated. And it would get pretty big, because, as you can imagine, things do change over time. On the positive, it really made it hard to change the API. So people were very, very careful in their API design. And don't get me wrong, things could still break because people could bug fix and things behind the API wall, change the behavior of it, and unexpected things. But for the most part, the interface stayed the same, so people didn't really concern themselves with it too much. But we kind of all over a decade ago, I feel like, kind of start scaling out that because GraphQL came out and it was like a new paradigm, which was like, okay, guys, let's just make this schema, and every time you need to add a new endpoint, add a new endpoint. Just it basically said don't version. Just keep on adding stuff as you need it. The idea was if you have I think the idea is like if you're fetching different types of data, those fields like the base data fields aren't probably going to change much. Maybe you can mark one as deprecated or something, but generally speaking, like you have the ability to map to specific fields, and then if you want to have like projections or like more calculated things, you could just add them as you needed, and over time we would more or less just put in everything that you would need, and it would just always go forward, never backwards. You just never remove anything from your schema. And I don't know if you've ever used any of the public GraphQL APIs out there. I think they're very representative of this design decision. Internally, you're building your startup or whatever. Like, who cares, right? It's the same kind of people that can use tRPC can probably get away with that mentality. But GraphQL for your external API, little bit harder when you can't control what others do with it. Skew version is more issue related because we're moving towards tight coupling and backend server components and loosely coupled API URLs. Yes. This is all where I was building up to, right? Because it's very different when your API is these distinct endpoints. I'd even argue that while server functions have this problem as well to a certain degree, like people can change the arguments that you need to pass to them, and then suddenly like stuff gets messed up. Even those aren't as consequential because they're still defined. You're building an API. You're like you use server, and you're like, this is the output. These are the inputs. If you do change it, you're going to impact. It is a lot like changing that REST endpoint. It might not be as obvious for people, and that's where they get trapped. But you are very much saying like, here's a function signature. When you start releasing server functions, you should actually like this. We're probably going to get to a point where people are going to start designing server functions with object-based APIs instead of argument-based APIs, and then they'll have the ability just to add more options. You kind of see this. It's a classic kind of pattern where you start adding more arguments, and then you're like, okay, crap, I need an option object, and then you start just adding more things to the options. Some server component APIs actually start you there because it's kind of like smart. Like that's what Tanner did. I think he just like skipped right past the transparent argument thing because he was like, or it's not server functions, because he's just like, who cares? Like ultimately you're going to end up here. There's a purist part of me that wants to keep things transparent. So I went with function to function mapping, but in practice, I imagine you use objects and then you're kind of back to, a GraphQL level. Okay. But server components, that's a whole other zone, right? Because the problem is, what's your API? It's literally any prop that you would pass to a client component. Like it's the interface between the client and server components. Every single place, every projection, every single location that let's say you have a server and then you have a client component, and then you project server children to that client component that have more client components in it. Every little piece, every prop passed from server through client now is your API endpoint, essentially. So we've gone from having top level distinct function or declared APIs where you can like clearly see what the arguments are, to literally someone changing a prop on a component and the whole thing blowing up. Yeah. So this is one of those things where I haven't personally been spending as much time. Like, don't get me wrong, server functions do get us a bit into this zone concern. Single flight mutations in Solid, for example, we have this ability that when you hit the server, we'll send you back data for the next page. That could be impacted by this. On the positive, at least, if there was a mismatch like that, like, yeah, it might be missing data coming back. But if there's like a function or a key mismatch type situation, and the client didn't have it just fetch new data. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not as dire as basically breaking the render model. It's just like, as long as you don't like remove fields, so to speak, of the return JSON, and you're only adding fields, it's the GraphQL case, then like you're not going to get into trouble. But server components, like, we're in a whole new world. The API delivers the SX upward server components. So if the infrastructure is not set up correctly, you support all versions, then simply just changing your div on the page can mess up the app. Yes. So this is probably one of the craziest parts about this approach, right? Part of it, I guess, I've wondered about this a little bit, because things like Astro, things where you like, and their partial, that their page view page transition or whatever, page view, whatever. You get the new HTML and you just kind of swap it in and then do the islands like that, and maybe you can preserve islands. Like, I'm trying to think of like the islands router. Is there something specific about the React approach that makes this harder? Like, it's because it's because they diff the VDOM and they expect they're still diffing the non-client rendered sides of the stuff. I guess that's where this challenge comes in. Just deploy to Vercel, right? Well, I mean, this is one of the challenges. This is why we're getting to a point where, I mean, how do you put this, right? That React wants server components moving forward, but the amount of infrastructure to support this is so specific that, like, I mean, it's awesome from React's perspective that Next is working along with them to solve this, but you don't just need Next to work along with them. You need Vercel to work along with you. Like, this is really why this has been so challenging. The thing is, they're building not just a framework or a primitive that works for all the React frameworks. They have to build it to. They have to force infrastructure to move along with them, and like, there's a reason why Next is kind of locked in to like Vercel. Like, you can run it on other you know what I mean? Like, it's, I see these teams. I interact with them, obviously. They're adjacent to me at Netlify. I have good relations with people at Cloudflare. Like, open Next, like, I don't really blame Vercel for this or Next for this or anyone for this. It's just like a reality. You can't pretend it's not reality, because it's like essential building blocks needed to support this architecture. And if you're setting it, it's possible that it should be just standard. This is how you push it forward, but it's like, it makes it pretty tricky, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's true, right? So I'm sure I haven't checked Netlify's Skew thing, but it means that everyone else is always a step behind. So I mean, maybe that's just the trade-off. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting trade-off. I guess that we're getting a little bit out from the hydration topic, but yes, this is one of the challenges here, because people do feel the lock-in, and it's the other platforms are trying to catch up, but it's like, who's responsible to make sure that happens? Like, is it the React team? Should the React core team from Meta go around and be like, hey, Netlify, hey, Cloudflare, we think RSCs have this kind of concern. Would you work with us? Their level interaction is with Next. So is it the Next team that should be going around? Like, I mean, in a sense, when I wanted streaming, remember, I wanted streaming so badly. I for years I was pushing and getting in on issue threads, talking stuff at Cloudflare, AWS, Netlify. God, it's a funny joke. They wanted to be our official sponsor, and I turned them down because they didn't have streaming initially. And they're like, "No, it's okay. We'll still do it, but we'll still work together." But I was like, I don't know if I can recommend you. In all honesty, I'm gonna, if someone asks me what the best way to do SSR and stuff is, I'm going to say a platform that supports streaming. So I felt conflicted. So I said no, and Jason Langstrom just kind of laughed at me and was like, "It's okay, Ryan. Don't worry about it. If that's your reasoning, I will just go ahead. Don't concern yourself." But like, is the Next.js team going to do that? Are they going to go to these different input providers and make sure that the pieces that they need happen? I don't know. I don't see it happening. Does OpenNext support RSCs? That's a good question. I don't imagine Skew. I'm not sure Skew protection is part of what their offering is. To bring back hydration, if server component app is offline, then what happens? And in a spa app, what happens? I mean, offline is an interesting topic in its own sense. It depends completely on how you handle your data pieces, because like a spa offline can be just as broken as an RC app offline. I've built plenty of broken spa apps offline. Like you you can't do very much without talking to the server unless you specifically go out of your way to not talk to the server. So yeah, I don't know. It's this is I think this is more just representative of zone of problems that we're running into that we don't even realize we have. Like another example was closure extraction requiring encryption of data, right? The whole like you have data on the outside on the server, you put it in a server function. So you're like, sweet, it's still on the server, and then you nest that inside. Basically, you wrap over client state in that server function. Actually, you don't even have to wrap over client state. Literally, actually, it's just server dynamic server content in a closure over server function, because server functions and server components are running at two different times. There's two separate requests after the fact. So any data that flows between them has to go over the client wire, right? It's just like math, right? That's how it works. And the fact that that's implicit got people in trouble. Like obviously we're understanding the security things. The further we go along, we get like better identifying them. But like depending on the solution, you it might depend. Like I don't know, like you start having to build more of these kind of tools into the frameworks themselves to kind of handle this. There's no mutation. RSC offline would work okay, right? RSC is just used to create a static shell. I mean, yes. Well, yes. Navigation, though, navigation requires going back to the server always. In a single page app, you could argue that it doesn't, but in reality, it probably still does. I meant spa because usually code around the fetches and cache versus not, local versus not. Yeah. You usually code around the fetches. Yes, right. Yeah, I mean, RSCs is not a great. Someone can make this argument like RSCs as a format doesn't need to have a server. You can use RSCs without a server technically. You could cache RC responses in the same way you can cache JSON responses. You could, yeah, I don't know. I probably wouldn't use RSCs if I was trying to do offline first app, but I don't think, because it's like kind of jumping through hoops for no reason. But I also, on the other hand, probably, I think these are like, what is it called when they're like 90 degrees? They're like orthogonal. Yes. Yeah. 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 Orthogonal. Yeah. That's, yeah. So like, so you could, yes, but I mean, you wouldn't, because RSCs, you to get the benefit of RSCs, you want to have it. You don't want like waterfalls, so you want to kind of make the whole tree connected and pull them through. So it's not quite tan stack. I guess. See, that's where the problem comes in. The tree, the tree causes all these things that could have been separate before to be all one thing. And once they're one thing, it's harder to cache them. You can cache individual things a lot easier, but it's like, like it was like, I don't want to use this argument always, because like people talk about JS bundles and they're like, well, if you if we use ESM purely and only kept the separate modules, those change a lot less. But if you bundle it, then like it's a new bundle every time you do an update, right? It's the same kind of concept here with RSCs, because to get the benefit of them, you're trying to force everything into a single tree. And again, here's another infrastructure concern: caching. Now suddenly you're literally using blob cache storage, whatever, for almost every piece of data in your app. It's not like I'm using Redis for the specific thing that I know is high volume. It's like, no, everything has to go through a cache layer. Otherwise, we're going to do a lot of extra fetching on every single request because we're just grabbing everything. That same architecture makes RSCs much harder to cache, because while you could, it just takes one of those data sources to change for your stuff to be invalid. Yeah. So like the remix approach is, it's kind of like the tan stack. That's why I say it's backwards and kind of misses the point. Like at that point, we're just talking serialization stuff. We're like, okay, do I prefer my stuff in JSON or not? Like it's just an encoding question. And the encoding thing doesn't give any of the serialization benefits. Doesn't, like, it just doesn't matter. Yeah, same reason why page loaders. Why I work really big on granular caches and solid. We almost have like tan stack query built in to start, essentially, um, because then the invalidation can happen from the client side, and it's much, 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 much more granular that way. Yeah, yeah. Well, and it's like, what are you using to cache your data? Like, yeah, I think the remix works. This is like so hard because remix looks really good on CRUD pages. Like, but when I'm building, yeah, it's like there's these zones. It's like Astro is like encroaching on remix's area like more readily every single day. And then remix is really good when you like, and then next RCs can scale past that easier. I mean, both basically the way to get out of it in remix and the way to get out of it in next is the same, which is like screw your loader stuff and do my own stuff. But then it's like, why are you doing all this? And it's two separate things. And the problem is, I call it the mutation cycle problem. Like you have to get back to the root. If you mutate something, you have to go back to the root of the data fetching. And if that's like, you have to close the cycle. It's really awkward. Yeah, I know. Don't you wish you were using solid start? I don't always say that, but yes, that's the thing, because This is the problem I had with the cache headers approach. It is interesting though. This is why I didn't want to batch my requests. People were like, you should batch the requests going out. And I'm like, then how do I cache them? I mean, I guess the page might be good enough, but the approach that we took in Solid Start to key-based cache on the client could also work with something like Netlify cache headers. I mean, you could do it like, because I guess the initial fetch is the whole. We can't, but it's SSR'd. So if it's SSR'd, we don't need like basically if you render data on the page and then during the server and then serialize over the client, your client caches in JavaScript will be evaluated, but the browser has no idea of those API requests because they're not from the browser. So, and then if you update a query parameter that only causes one thing to fetch from the client, we're not going to rerun all your loaders. We're literally going to update the one piece of data that you need to fetch. When it goes to the server, at that point, obviously client cache handles, but we could also, at that point for that query, CDN cache it. And then if a mutation would change that specific query, we could CDN invalidate it as well on the server inside the action. So like, yeah, it's imperfect in all cases, but it's you can do a decent job of CDN caching with the granular KV approach we've taken. Anyway, I should quote that. Anyway, I think we're done with the Skew topic. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Let's get back right into the depot hydration. I want to try an experiment, and let's just code it live on stream if we can. No, that's not what I'm looking for. God, I have so many windows open. Sorry. Hacker News. No. Okay. No. I want to open. I might have to start a new project. See, I was going to do this with React, but what I wanted to do was it's like I start wondering like what my examples are, like source components. What's in here? Counter TSX. Is this a React project or a Solid project? This is a what? Oh. This is a Solid Start Astro project. Never mind. I was just hoping that I could shortcut my work here, but I might have cleaned up most of my examples. Oh no. Astro Solid Hacker News. What I want to do is I want to. Yes, this is exactly what I'm looking for. I remember on stream like a year ago, we were playing with Astro and Solid, right? And we added the view transition API, and I was trying to like all these interesting decision point stuff and to kind of show broken hydration. And I want to revisit this because this has bugged me for a while, and what I want to do is I want to update Astro to the latest stuff, 832. Let's see if we can update our Hacker News example, and then from there we'll kind of go. Okay, 832. We're going to use Solid 1.8.19. What version of Astro are we on? 4.3.12. 2, is that right? No, 413.2. Doesn't matter. And Astro is on 4.4. Okay. There's a chance this app won't just update right away, but let's just do this. You know what? We can't even trust the lock files. Let's just get rid of package lock JSON. Let's remove node modules. My fan turned off? Yeah, my fan turned off. It's getting hot in here. 2 seconds. Much better. Let's actually use PNPM, yeah. All right. Now, what I want to do here is first, let's see if let's do, what is it, dev? Yeah, or start. Let's just get our Hacker News example working again. And I should make sure that I'm not running any other solid Hacker News examples at the same time, because I probably am. Oh yeah, they're on a different port anyways. Okay. Localhost 4321. Beautiful Hacker News demo. View page transition, lovely. Anyway, okay. And then if I'm right, we did stuff like this. Test. Yeah, we were looking at the nature of when server rendered stuff happens. And the reason this is relevant is that yeah, what did I do here? Test and test 2. Oh, right. It's because test 2 is where we want to be. And when you click test, okay. I don't remember this example. We'll just use this simple setup to get ourselves set up again, because I want to look at what did I set up? Okay, we set up a global signal that has a count on it. We don't care about that. Okay, so global signal that has a count on it. Okay, and then in components we have layout. What's layout 2? Okay, this is just for our demo page. Okay, don't care about it. Okay, we have our other component. Our other component is very important, because if count is bigger than 5, we're going to say too big, okay? Let's make this an H1 too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the decision component was for. I care more about other component. There's one component that's like this, and then there's the counter that increments. We grab our signal and we use it to update a counter, okay? And then let's go back to our pages. Okay. Huh. Looks like I was doing some great experiments here. It's funny, this feels like backwards to me. I'm going to ignore the decision component. We don't need the decision component anymore. Yeah, I'm not doing decision. We're just gonna this is our basic component. Count bigger than 5, count. Okay. And then we have 2 pages. We have a page that is basically just a link and a counter. Yeah, that's right. A link and a counter. Do we even need a page to do this? Does Astro has a way of hydrating something off the screen, right? Like, is it like client view Astro? Load, idle, visible, client visible. That's what I want. Okay. Let's this is much funner than trying to do view transitions right now. We don't care about view transitions. Anything that would break under view transitions is going to also break under here. So we're gonna go client visible here. I have to use solid to show this, although this should break literally everything. And then we'll do something. This is like a trick that I can't remember the exact CSS code I want to do here, but Misco used to use this all the time to show quick. Like he put a clock off the screen. That's what I'm trying to do here. Can I do like something like this? Let's go to test 2. That's not it. Okay. What's our counter component doing? So I can remember what it does. Okay. 100 VH. Okay, yeah, okay. Thanks, guys. Tell how much time I spend on this stuff these days. Yeah. Not that one. Test 2, yeah. 100 VH. Sweet. So, what's going on here? Oh, right. I have to tell my counter to hydrate. All right. Client load. Okay. Sweet. So have it, shows 1 down there. Click it 3 times, 7 times, too big, 9. Okay. So what we're going to, I'm just going to adjust this so it's more visible. Our layout sucks. We need to like just do something here. I don't know. Style, padding. I don't even care. Just bugging me. Okay. So I've refreshed here 1. I click here, and then too big 8. Okay. But if I do, okay, we need a console log. We need a console log in our component. Our counter will console log hydrate counter, and we'll put inside our other component, we will put hydrate other. Okay, sweet. So hydrate counter, hydrate other. Sweet, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Screw up. Uh-oh. Hydration error. Right? And this doesn't have to happen from scrolling. It could happen from view page navigation. The problem is we've shared state, we updated the state, we go to hydrate it, and it's broken. Now, if this was simply just a matter of delaying the hydration. Solid has event replaying, so like I think once we broke Astro's hydration timing somehow, like if I went into let's see if I can do this. If I went into Solid and I purposely delayed hydration like 100 milliseconds or something. Yeah, let me see if I can do this. Solid.js, web, dist, dev. And then I went like, found the hydrate call. I think there should be another one, another hydrate call. Yeah, this one, enable hydration. If I just went something like set timeout, oh, arrow function. Oh no, this is fine because I'm not taking actual arguments. Okay. 2 seconds. And then let's just make sure that there is no Vite cache or anything. I don't know if Astro has their own cache. Okay. If we do this, we refresh the page, and then I click a bunch of times, you can see the delayed hydration, right? So I go there and I go click, 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 click. Hydrate counter, we're at 9, right? I need to make this page bigger. Okay, let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. So this is what I was talking about, like with event playback. We can collect this stuff before it even happens. The problem is, guess what happens when I scroll down? Oh, did I screw up? Oh, hydration error. Because this was rendered as a 1 from the server, but it thinks that it should show too big 8, right? It doesn't matter if it was initially rendered from the server or if you navigated to it, right? So this was bugging me a bit. So I actually, I was like, this is so easy to reproduce. You literally try and build anything non-trivial, like from an app stance, and you're going to basically be broken immediately. So I was like, I tried to do something. I tried to fix this in Solid in new Solid, even though it feels like it's kind of on Astro's side. I was like, what if I was responsible for the hydration on our side? What if I already told you, once hydration's done. What if we made it so that that this actually worked? Let's try that again. Hydrate counter. I'm updating the count. Ooh. Now I have to add back in the delay if we want to actually see what's going on. But let's do that again. Because at first, as I said, I was very quick to blame Astro for this behavior because like they're the kind of the ones causing this by introducing APIs without considering the implications that you can't update state with hydration. It's not fair to put this on the developer. But then I was like, you know what? We have that script that sits on the page that plays back events. We can kind of know that when certain people interact with the page that hydration is done. Without being as smart as Quick, knowing exactly which graph, we can just kind of bail out early. So why don't we just like make it so that we can refresh the page? Okay, no, I need to restart the server with my hack. Let's remove Vite. Let's start again. You know the way that React solves this is they only client render server client components after the fact. They never server render them again, right? That's how React fundamentally solves this. I was like, You see what happened? All I did was say that once we know the hydration's dead, we client render it. We just know that there's no point trying to hydrate it. Such a simple thing, but we know from the fact that we interacted with it. And the funny thing is, hydration isn't dead until we actually hydrate this component. The whole time that this is going and I do these clicks, hydration isn't dead at that point. That was the bug in Solid. In Solid before, the second that you interacted with it, once it started hydrating, if there's like lazy components and stuff before, it would like the events listener would be attached and it would start trying to run the code. And at that point, it would go, okay, hydration's over. But I decided I fixed the bug, and now that it defers until the section where the button exists hydrates, at that point we cancel hydration, so you can't cancel yourself, so to speak. And this basically solved my problem. Of course, it's showing the wrong content until it can client render it because I delayed hydration, right? But we don't get a hydration error anymore. And as I said, the delay is the secret to it. So where I'm getting to here is now I've kind of taken it out of Astro's hands, essentially, to mess with things. Okay, so even though Astro might try to lazy hydrate stuff, we're like, no, we've detected that you've updated state. Hydration's off the table, which, as I said, means that lazy in Astro might not be the most use or visible or some of the other ones, but at least you're not going to like end up with a hydration error. And the reason that I did this is that, more importantly, I showed the scroll version of this. I actually haven't tested this part yet. This is kind of one of the things I wanted to play around with, was what if these components are on two separate pages and your view transitioning between them? So what if we persist the counter, right, between both pages, and then we move the other component not down here, we just move it to the other page. Just easier just to grab from here. Why is it? Okay, yeah, there. So same busted scenario, right? Instead of scrolling down the hydrate, it's the next page to hydrate, right? If I went back and changed solid back to 19, npmi, and I said this is not solid specific. This is literally just how hydration works. And then I go to 2. That works because the state didn't change, right? But if I was here and then I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then I switch, hydration error. Are we still delaying the hydration? Sorry. Yeah, okay. That's actually not a good sign. So here, go to 2. What am I miss? Why is it taking so long to hydrate counter? What's going on? So do we already have dev open? Yeah. Okay, so I think this is just an example of where it's like, didn't freaking listen to me and install it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Hydrate counter right away. Go to test. Works. If we go back, see the view transition, and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I click test. Fortunately, we get a hydration error, right? Unsurprisingly. As I said, any JavaScript framework is going to get this. This is not solid specific. If you try to hydrate after you change state, your stuff's broken. This is React, same thing. I just can't show global state in React very easily because React doesn't really have global state. And Astro, I don't think, supports context for React through islands. I've been meaning to support that in Astro through Solid. I did that in Solid Start, so it wouldn't be too hard. But okay, so then what? I did all that so that we can try this demo again in the latest Solid and see if this is actually passable UX. That's really what I want to see here, because I'm hoping, first of all, basic example, test works. Nice smooth transition with the view transition API. Then refresh, and then I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I gotta see that again. Like, I'm kind of wondering if we see the one flicker for a moment. I wonder if the transition is just hiding it. I mean, that seems good. Right? What we essentially did was make React server components for Astro, right? Like a really dumb version of them comparatively, perhaps, but we like without Astro's doing, Solid just automatically handles that case. That's kind of what I'm going here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the view transitions for a moment and see like how visibly obvious this is. Okay, so there, but okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 transition. Oh, right, because we don't preserve state. You're right. This is only a view transition thing. So it's not that I want to turn off view transitions. Can I change what the default animation is? Yeah, except like, yes, I guess you could view it like that. But what I'm getting at is like the biggest, like, I guess I'm probably the one most worked up about this, but like, this was brittle and broken from my perspective. Like, not like, oh yeah, that's an edge case. No, like this is unusable for these use cases. Like very, very bad. Like unacceptably bad. And it's one of those examples where Astro can do only so much, and the framework isn't incentivized to play nice with Astro. So the stuff is just fundamentally broken. And people act like it isn't, or they don't hit it right away. But this is busted behavior. And it bugged me. So that's why I was fixing a bug and I realized, I was like, wait, does this actually fix the Astro problem? And it does, because as frameworks take these hydration things more into consideration, they have to account for these kind of things. I said, quick, likely works under this scenario likely because they Quick would work under my page scroll scenario. I don't know if Quick would work under my view transition scenario, because it's like, I think they might, because they might just like circumvent Astro altogether mostly. But like Quick itself works, but I mean Quick in Astro. Like Quick handles this fine. I'm just mean because they account for state. I'm talking about Quick in Astro. Yeah, or Svelte, or like Vue potentially. Like, to be fair, they could probably implement something similar, but it just occurred to me that this is just another reason why using Solid with Astro, I continue to kind of push along. Like when we add the context API, I think you could almost build apps with this, right? Which was the goal here. I mean, this is so much simpler than RSCs that like it's almost worth bringing back experimental islands router just to like make this work. I mean, it's just like the dumbest approach. I don't know if it scales. This is why I wanted to play around with this, because it's like, what if it wasn't like, is there a way is there a way to set what the transition is, like, because right now it's like a simple fade. Can I say like no transition or something? Astro view transition, no animation. That's what I want. That's what I want. Fade, slide, and none. None. Okay. So how do I say none? Transition animate. Yes. Okay. That's exactly what I want. It's because I don't want that to distract from what we're testing here. You know what I mean? I mean, this all looks nice and smooth, but what I want to do is see, oh man, I mean, it's fast. Okay. What if this HTML difference is substantial? What if let's use something big and colored to do this. Where's our other component? Yeah. What if instead of like putting this, what if we did something like make a div that, I don't know, style width, what's big enough? 500, height 500 pixels, color, I guess background, color, green, red, I mean, I guess to our merit, this is not switching a color isn't even, I mean, you can see it. It flickers. You see a red-green flash. I wonder if the default, though, with the fade, just like masks this enough. You know what I mean? Like okay, doesn't totally, yeah. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Okay. But yeah, I it just occurred to me, like, yeah, it's just, this is the same thing where you should be able to tell from your code if a hydration error is, like, it should be very obvious. It shouldn't be like an incidental behavior. And Astro's just like, oh, don't worry. Like, in a sense, it's like, you can use any weapon you want with us. Like, here's a basket of loaded guns. Go to it. I need it. It's probably good that I build the safety into solid, so to speak, rather than, before I was just like, why are you guys handing out loaded guns? So yeah, I don't know. It's not. It's this is not rocket science, but this is the thing is, technically speaking, I could picture an implementation that had like a little bit more internal knowledge where we could actually do the flicker off screen and then put it in, like what we were doing with the server islands in solid. So like, yeah, I mean, this is not an ideal thing because you're actually rendering the wrong components on the server, but this is like the no effort on your part, make it work thing. Do you understand the problem, right? Like, for a lot of conditions, though, it's not going to be that drastic of a thing, right? So, like, obviously, like, if we were just changing the count of one text node, Solid's not going to hydration error even before. And now you're actually doing more work because you're actually re-rendering the div and stuff. But it's like, this is just a safe default. I don't know. That's a successful experiment from my perspective. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know if I highlighted that. It's always simple better, but after time solving this part, yeah. I mean, this is a safety net. I don't think you should lean on it too much, maybe, but I guess if I give you the safety net, then it works, right? So many people are going to hit less hydration errors now. Anyway, that's next. What's next on the list? Okay. Astro. Okay, I have 2 more topics. Okay. All right. We're going good today. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the first part of the stream, I was basically showing why you don't even need islands for a lot of things. And if your stuff's interactive, you should just use like an interactive framework and not bother with this. But like, if Astro fits your place in the world, like your Zen, right? Like, and you're just like making HTML pages, you don't care about nested routing and all that fancy stuff, and you just want to put a view transition API on the page, and you're like, oh, I've got some signals that I want to update stuff with, and I don't want all my app to break. Like, here you go. This is my gift to you. Right. Everyone, please like and subscribe. Yes, it helps so much. The streams during the summer definitely have lower viewership. We're only getting, peaking around like just over 100, 110. It's not like the, 180, 200 streams that you get during the rest of the year, but I do appreciate you all being here. Liking really helps after the fact playback. So thank you. Didn't miss too much. No, the last couple streams I feel like have been jam packed. I'm coming in with focus, so maybe you did miss some stuff, but not too hard to catch up on. It's been really fun to dig into stuff again. And yes, Dev, that's one of my two topics. I got one topic to hit before that though, so let's do it. And that next topic is as I mentioned, I saw this stuff because I was watching Theo stream the other day, as I tend to do from time to time when I'm not too busy doing benchmarking or something that's really focused heavy or attention focused heavy. But one of my bookmarks I had here, he said something on his stream. He basically threatened to boot someone out of his chat because he was showing something in a library and they're like, "Oh, why use that if you can just do in 10 lines of JavaScript?" And he's like, blah blah blah, and he's like, "You got 30 minutes. If you don't come back with your 10 line, I think drag and drop library, then you're banned." Essentially, he's like, "I'm tired of people saying this garbage during the during in the middle of the stream, acting like and it's like, it's so funny because some people were like, "Oh, can I do that challenge too?" And it's like, sure, go ahead. You know what I mean? It's not the point, but there is a cost to size. It takes very careful consideration to kind of figure out, what you're like. You could do the basic thing, like the old. I think I said like you can write a JavaScript framework over a weekend, but like maintaining it or like having it do more than like a single benchmark is going to take endless amount of time. Trust me. I was there. That the guy didn't come back with the code. Yeah, no, he didn't. Someone else came back with an example. It was more than 10 lines. It was like 40 lines of code. The other guy did. He took the challenge and it took him about 40 minutes, but still, like, good on you. Like, it's fun to do the exercise, but the original guy just left. Yeah. Probably a Primogen fan. You guys are brutal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is why, tree shaking, you're never going to win. And here's the thing that's the most challenging about this is because you start from a perspective and there's a philosophy behind your perspective and you got to stick to it because that's why people bought into it. Solid at some point got bigger than Solid was at a previous point. Our tree shaking still is incredible, but I remember at one point someone noticed their bundle size gzipped went up 0.7 kilobytes, like under 1 kilobyte. It went bigger, and they were just like furious with me. And it was like, I mean, I had good reason. You add features, you fix bugs, stuff happens. You try your best to keep it, but he was very, very upset that we made his bundle size almost a kilobyte bigger. And I remember thinking, like, I mean, part of it was because the promise of Solid was as incredibly fast, incredibly small. So people like felt like this is something they could identify with. And if I, started catering to other things or making it more general or whatever, I'd kind of moved away from that. There's a small library, a lot of libraries in the Preact ecosystem are like this. I got big respect for the small size of stuff in the Preact ecosystem, like the style solution. That was like our blessed style solution for a while there. One of the CSS and JS solutions. I think it was like, again, like a kilobyte in size in total. And they actually put bounties on people shrinking the code size of the library. So it's a good culture to have in a certain sense, but then it's also like, people use your framework, there's going to be some variance. Yeah. If Solid went, if Solid's portion of contribution to your simple site that didn't use advanced features went from like around 4K to suddenly being like 10K, I'd be concerned. But if it went from 4 to 4.5, over a year or so, like it happens, I mean, putting in the spectrum of like React, in the 40s, you're still trying to do a lot, right? Unreal, you don't have automated express print main when button size increase that much. It's funny, yeah, we had that in Marco a little bit when we were in Marco 6. You ruined that guy's app, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone likes to have the benefit. Then, obviously, so you buy into that. If solid suddenly become really slow, people will be disappointed, right? If you set the expectation low to begin with, then you're kind of fine, right? Like React always kind of set the expectation low. Other people hyped it up, but the React team was like, "Look, we just re-render everything." I mean, it's hard to disappoint people when you right out the gate say like, "Look, we're slow," right? But it doesn't really matter. That was kind of like their argument. But it's hard to kind of leave that perception. And so I was, this is all not because of that. This built up to, I was like, you know, framework, benchmark. I get notification for certain repos. Oh, geez. Frameworks, benchmark. Oh, right. It's Crousist. Just JS framework benchmark. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So I got a notification come in on a pull request, and I saw this add Hono client side benchmarks, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? Hono, isn't that like that Express Lite thing, kind of like H3 library? Yeah, sorry, so thing. It's tough to care about bundle size. I wrote a solid app is under 20 KB. I was so happy I wanted to drop menu so everyone cool and it shot over 100 KB. Yeah, some things are expensive. Pre-made components that handle all the accessibility properly and all that stuff is hard to get small and hard to get, like it is there. It's hard. Component libraries are generally hard. I don't know if the logic size, like hopefully there's good tree shaking on a per component basis, and if not, that's something that deal address with them. But like general, yeah, like one drop down to 100 KB seems a lot, but like in general, you will pay the cost for, because a lot of those libraries have shared pieces that like I imagine you're up at least 30 or 40 kilobytes if you add anything to your page that's like that. Um, a library I've used recently updated Cosmic Code Mirror to every language in the sun, including HTMX. Insane. Yeah, that would be crazy, right? So, anyway, something. So, yeah, I know Eminya from around the community benchmark solid stuff. So they decided to add the Hono implementation, they decided to compare it to solid. They could have compared it to vanilla, but it was like it actually didn't finish running, I think, which is actually the problem. And it was like basically the slowest thing I've ever seen in this benchmark, according to this. So this is a local run computer, and I was like, what is this? So I was like, okay, let's first take a look. Hono JSX client components. Okay, Hono JSX supports not only server side but also client side. This means that it's possible to interact with UI that runs in the browser. We call it client components or Hono JSX DOM. It is fast, very small. Counter program in Hono is only 2.8 kilobytes with broadly compression, but 47.8 in React, or probably four. Actually, if it's just a counter, it's probably about 3.5 kilobytes in solid and about this React. I don't know if it tree shakes as well, but around the same kind of zone, around 4 kilobytes. Felt can probably make it about 2.5. Just to give you kind of with their compiler to give you the kind of idea here, but I did not realize that Hono was in the client side library side, because building a client side framework, I'm sorry, you guys, it seems appropriate to bring up Theo's tweet again. Like, oh, it must be easy, right? So, like, I mean, this is impressive. They actually mock all of React. So this is like not just React and like Preact has React compat, so that like if some of these features they don't implement and the other ones are basically just shelled over, and that's like an extra 4 kilobytes. So in the end, Preact comes about 8 kilobytes if you want like the full React version. These guys are like, you know, obviously the counter doesn't use all those features, so it's probably tree shaking pretty aggressively, but this is a pretty, you know. Yeah, I'm sure authoring it would be easy enough. Yeah. It's just interesting to me that there's a reason, you know, there are frameworks out there that people are building on this stuff to introduce your own client-side framework. I think Astro was tempted to do this at one point too. You're I'm sorry, you're freaking crazy. Unless like I know this is a framework out there. You're kind of crazy. Anyways, they've built a client-side framework apparently, and I want to see if this is true. Like, has Blazor finally, you know, passed on the crown? Um, right? Blazor is notorious on our stream as basically the slowest framework that ever had the privilege of running in my browser. So slow that Selma's Lighthouse score things, where, you know, in that article that we talked about earlier, where you could hack Lighthouse when LCP paints and all that, Blazor was so slow several years ago. It's improved since then, that it was hacking Lighthouse without even intending to. So if you've seen that video, you know what I'm talking about. Like, it literally would fool Google Chrome to thinking that it was painted when it hadn't painted anything. It was that slow. And it looks like from these, although I don't know if I trust this, that Hono is actually going to be competing with Blazor. So I mean, we've had some, you know, back end oriented component, sorry, not this one, front end stuff before in the past. I think Alpine JS was one of the ones that I ended up implementing at one point. Where's Alpine? Someone remove it? No, it's right here. There's Alpine right here. But this is pretty steep competition at this end of the graph, right? Blazor clearly the winner. Ahead of time, losing slightly to the classic Blazor, but like I'm not. The problem is I'm not going to run Blazor locally. It requires a bunch of stuff. I don't think I'm going to try and benchmark it, but I kind of want to see what's going on with this Hono thing. Like, why is it so slow according to this? Is it even slow? Is it just the guy's computer? Let's find out. No, I would have said that would have been like a PM in like 2020. WASM winner, it's probably Dioxys. It's pretty impressive library. Just out of curiosity, Block DOM, Solid, Maverick, Molina, Sinuous, Felt. The fact that both, no, actually, no, are these the same thing? I don't know why they're in there twice. Inferno, WASM bind gen. This is like, in theory, the fastest WASM can be. Like, this is like the core binding. So all these JavaScript frameworks are as fast as Vanilla.js for in WASM. And then let's keep on going. Hyper app, lit, render. Where is it? I thought it was Dioxys. I could have sworn it was Dioxys. I don't know what Delight is. Spare. Is this one WASM? We can actually tell by the. Sometimes you can tell it's WASM from the bundle size. Like if it's like 300 or something, there's a chance that it's WASM. I don't think Scarlet Frame is, but Silken Web maybe, Spare QR maybe. Of the ones that, yeah, what's going on? I don't see Leptos or like Dominator's here, and Dominator's always been here. Did I skip over? Like, because what's Dominator at? Yeah, 130. Yeah, where's Leptos? There's Sycamore right here. Yeah, they should be over here. What happened? Oh, there's a warning, isn't there? Which frameworks are they there? Dioxys is there. Yeah. What's going on? Huh. Something has changed. Something has changed. I don't know why Leptos is suddenly slower than Sycamore, according to this, but something has changed. According to this, Sycamore and Dominator are probably I think like Sycamore. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know why. I thought Dioxys would be higher. Well, but they're like a VDOM library that recently added signals, and I was like, so you guys still VDOM? They're like, yes. So they're kind of like preactive. I don't know if that's the best path forward, but they added signals, which was interesting. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. This old Vue Vapor thing has jumped back too. I don't know, something. Yeah, I guess we'll see how this comes out. It looks like some people have been finally doing alternative vanilla JS implementations. I need to check these out because I wrote vanilla JS 1, and that's my knowledge of what's fast. It looks like someone has written vanilla JS Lite and has edged it out. So whatever this implementation is doing, it might know some secret that I don't know about how the DOM works. These ones usually, I don't know what Sonnet is, but my guess is Sonnet probably deserves a 772. I'm pretty sure we'll see, but my guess is that this is not a declarative framework in the same sort of way, and that it needs to self-reference. There's usually some catch when you have frameworks in that zone, but I have not seen that one yet. Usually this involves some sort of proxying, like Mikado, where they're basically like one for one updating the DOM directly instead of using any kind of data projection. But anyway, interesting. But that's not what we're here. We want to check out Hono, right? Or Hono. How do you say it? Does anyone know how to say it? Sorry, I didn't mean to close that down. JS framework benchmark. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. We could try and run it locally, but I guess I could pull down the specific PR, but I don't actually know. I could like go to this repo. It just, then I have to like set everything up again. It's probably fine. Let's just do that for now. Usually what I would do is I just, I mean, this is such a brute force way of doing it, but maybe I'll just like, maybe I'll just like copy the folder into my already set up folder. Yeah. Yeah, I want to take a decent look. I want to spend a few minutes here because my understanding, I did do a preliminary look, is that it is a how should I put it? I'm just going to take the implementation right out of keyed and just drop it in my branch. What did they call it? Oh, I have to actually check out the specific. Is it? I have to actually check out their specific branch, don't I? This is like when you when I show my weakness on the command line here. Where was it? Because what is it? Git guys, just give me the git command. I literally have been using this stuff forever. I just need to grab the Hono branch, pronounced. Right. Okay. Hono. Okay. Hono. All right. Perfect. All right. That hopefully will do what I need to do then. Frameworks, keyed. Beautiful. Keyed. It's not going to let me paste in here. Sometimes Mac. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Development. Not that one. The other one. Yes, framework, Spark. Frameworks. Keyed. You can tell that I was originally a Windows user. That's all I'm going to say about this. Because at the time it's taking me to navigate this, I could have just like literally done the cp command in the terminal, but you know. All right, let's open this. Oh, well, you know, I already have this open in another window. Of course I do. Four years of it, I never used the Finder, yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is it's vanilla JS. It should be written as 772. Yeah. So, okay, then let's figure out what's going on. So, first thing to do is verify that this is actually just messed up as we think it is. So, I think let's inspect the source code and make sure that we're not doing something dumb here. Okay, so this was our React compiler stream, right? That's what we were running this last time. Let's look at this. This looks almost identical to the React implementation. I recognize the reducer and everything. Build data, state, initialize state, list reducer. Okay, good. Memo, the component, important. Yeah, dispatch, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Button, this, that, memo, this component, dispatch. The trick with using reducer is it removes the need of use callback. And then, yeah, I mean, this looks like the React implementation that we've covered on streams a number of times before. Okay, so let's go back here and build and install Hono. Hono. Okay, and then it's npm npm run build prod. Yeah, I'm going to assume that it's fine. Let's look at the build output of this. Format document. No, it's not going to give it to me. Fair enough. Okay. Okay, so we're actually going to do, see if they have a build command here. No. I was trying to see if they had a version of it. Let's see, they're using beat. Can we tell it to not minify? I'm trying to remember if there's an option for this. It was like minify. Isn't build roll-up options? Build, is it minify false or something? I just want to see what our output is doing. What's lovely about this benchmark is you can usually get an idea of what the framework is doing, like from a vanilla JS stance, because like the code framework all in for a small framework is going to be like 1,000 lines, maybe, like 800,000 lines. So you can actually kind of see. So right off the back, JSX dev. So this is the standard JSX transform. So they're probably just using a VDOM kind of setup. This is our user code. Okay. New JSX node, tag props. So that's their node format. Form action, use callback. Okay. Some stuff that we probably don't need. That's fine. What's this? On submit, use callback. So yeah, they have their form action stuff all built in. It doesn't probably matter though. Style, document, script, new JSX nodes. So, but everything's, so this is like a pure JSX implementation. So much of the framework code in here. Yeah. This isn't getting tree shaken, but I don't think that's going to matter here. It's about execution, not about loading time for this benchmark. Build node, Boolean. I'd love to see if they have like a diff or patch function that you can actually see where they apply this stuff. Okay, we have time to look at the code while this actually runs. So like, let's just see. Let's just do that. Let's just copy this into another file. Let's just new text file, because we're going to, yeah, that's fine. And then we're going to go back to building the prod build. And then do this. Okay. Now we should be back to normal. Yeah, okay, beautiful. And then let's npm run server, is it? No. What was it? npm. It might just be npm start. Server. Okay, so first thing we can do is let's make sure that this is built properly. Let's try this. So this is, was it localhost? I think this is on 8080, and it's like, oh, it's been so long. I don't even remember the might say actually on their website. JS framework benchmark. Web driver. It's like WebDriver TS. That's the folder, but yeah. That's the results. I want to see. Actually, I might be able to just go straight to frameworks keyed Hono. So why am I not seeing anything here? Why is this not rendering anything? See, this is This is the first question we should be asking ourselves here, because okay, let me pick one of the other frameworks that does work. Am I just solid JS? Okay, see, that's what happens when you don't do a correct route. Okay, so no, my problem is not with this. My problem is something is out of date from when I last run. Okay, frameworks keyed dist main. Why would it be looking there? That's odd. Okay, so my problem is my setup, not that. Okay, it's been a while since It feels like it wasn't that long ago we did this stream, but where is it? Terminal. Yeah, this is kind of a little bit. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit surprised that I haven't. No, I don't want to rebuild all. No, it's weird for this part to be the part that's airing out, because it should just set up the server, cd server node index, and then it should be able to just, because this part doesn't require the WebDriver, I don't think. What is it putting on the page? Huh. That's too bad. Frameworks keyed. It's weird though, because like I haven't touched the top level stuff since we ran those React tests. I could rebase. It's annoying. It's just what's my unedited file here? No, it's the one where I wanted to look at the source code. It's just kind of weird that it's literally can't find the bundles, which is so weird, because it's like it renders the HTML like but then the bundle's in the wrong location. I just want to see what's up with the solid version, just so I'm sanity check that solid dist main, and then it's complaining that is this like a trailing slash problem? Like, is this like this needs a slash at the end? Oh yeah. Oh, we all have moments like that, don't we? Okay, sweet. Oh, it's real though. Hey, can you feel that? Strict false? Is this something? Yeah, I mean, maybe we can solve the problem. What was it? Strict false. I mean, this just, I don't see any new Hono unless this is just like a joke and I'm like overthinking it. It looks like you just rendered the APIs. Okay, we're not going to debug yet. Now that stuff's working, we're going to just jump straight into benchmarking it. We're in WebDriver TS, and we're going to run bench framework keyed, and we're going to run vanilla.js I'm just gonna run Hono right now. This isn't like our final results. We're just roughing it, right? So let's see if this starts benching for me properly. If it does, we should start seeing windows popping up. Beautiful. Okay, we're in action. Let's just give this a quick run. All right. All right. Oh, Hono strict false if you don't want this slash problem. The thing is that it's not using Hono on the server. It's literally just testing the performance of the client components. So yeah, we didn't actually check if all the operations work. So I'm almost interested in watching it because you can actually see all the tests running here. Because now we're like, this is create and clear. And obviously this is like watching paint dry. Don't get me wrong. But we're not, if you have never watched these tests before, you can get an idea of what they're doing. This is create and replace. See, it now counts up to 5,000. It goes do. You just, anyway, then this one will be deleting rows. Ryan watches these tests when he can't sleep. Yeah, it's like, oh man. Yeah, I mean, it could be the person's local computer. I could notice the lag visually when testing it against next to solid, but I mean, which is a pretty poor sign, but I don't know if that means Blazor slow, right? I mean, if we'll see, depending on the results of this, we can decide where we want to go to next on this topic. But it's quite possible that, like, if we're in like VDOM range, like React or whatever, I get the feeling that these guys would be fine if their performance was the same as React, because that's not really their focus. But yeah, the person who ran the test said that it didn't finish. This is update every 10th row. This is partial update. It's one of my favorite tests. See the exclamation marks dance across the screen? But I know I started this. Oh, I changed the focus. It's now, because I was on my other screen. It's now running it on the other screen. Yeah, I don't know. This is select row. This is one of the hardest tests for frameworks. No, I know Hono's good on backend. It's just like, if you're good at something, why would you do this to yourself, right? I guess they could be saying that about us. If we're good at front end, what business do we have on the back end? Fair enough. But I have noticed a trend with stuff like Stimulus and Alpine, and I started asking people, like, at a certain point, like people swearing by that stuff, and I'm being like, literally, if you used Preact, Svelte, Solid, you'd be these guys care about shipping lots of JavaScript, or at least they say they do. You'd be shipping like way less than these lightweight frameworks. Like, yeah. All right, what do we got next? Swap row. Well, it looks like the benchmarks might finish here. We got jokes. If Yeah, probably. It's just I get it. They already made a JSX processor for templating on the back end, so like why not like bring it across, right? The real memory intensive ones. See, what I'm hoping the best result. The thing that I noticed was that the person who ran the tests, their machine timed out. Like the it couldn't do some of the tests, and I'm hoping that it's like a memory leak, something that we can really obviously notice and just fix, right? And then that's, you can tell pretty easily on these tests when there's a memory leak involved, and then you can usually find it. Um, I mean, that's why these tests exist, right? It's not about the exact rank; it's so that you can see what you're doing inefficiently. Here we go. What's this one? Create 10,000. Oh, what's what's going on? Oh, the append test is brutal. This one's not even create 10,000. This is the pen test right now. Maybe the create. I only saw them do create 10,000 once. That's odd. This is the only problem with the JS frame benchmark. It's like, no, I am the front of the display. You try and look at something else, and it's like, no, it is me, right? The append test is lovely because it's weird that they do a create 1,000 warm up for the append test. They've changed these tests a lot over time, I guess, to try and normalize the results. Because what this is doing is it's creating 1,000 rows 5 times, and then it's testing how long it takes to add 1,000 rows. I feel like it's really warming up the code paths, which is not something you always have the benefit of doing. But I guess if you care about update performance, this is better. But like, how many times is the actual problem that you navigate to a page for the first time? I guess network costs and stuff will outshadow that. It's the Okay, what are we doing here? Are we on memory tests already? Uh, all right. This is the only problem with running the benchmarks is that you don't really get to do much, right? Yeah, sorry, I haven't been up on the Twitch stream today. I missed any subs that might have come along. What was that? Something. Yeah, I mean the buttons are basically what the benchmark is. It'll say like create rows. Why is it running update 10th again? What is it doing? The thing that I'm confused about is it seems to be running tests again that it already ran. It does run them for when it does memory though, so maybe we're already on the memory tests. It's just, yeah, we're probably on the memory tests. Is it going to create the 10,000 rows? Oh man. What's going on? I, there's a chance that my computer is just gonna die mid. Like, what's? Did I? Okay, no. I think it's done. Create 10,000 rows failed, and so did 26 run 10K. Okay. Well, let's just see if we can even create 10,000 rows with Hono. We didn't actually test the button. Does it work? Console. Maximum call stack exceeded. Okay. Wait. Who the hell's console logging? What the? Is something? Is there like debug code in here and it's slowing everything down? That's gonna piss me off because then it means our test is basically garbage. I mean, it's. Oh, freaking hell. And it's in the row creation code. Okay. That's annoying. I mean, let's look at the results while we're here. But what was it again? It's like npm run results, I think. But does that? Yeah, we need to rebuild it without the console log. My guess is that the build and the build prod commands are identical. Yeah, they are. Okay. That doesn't matter. What was the results table one? This one? Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely on pace to beat Blazor. What do we see here? Memory usage is high, but this doesn't indicate a leak actually, because the leak usually, if there's a leak, we usually see things growing in a more exponential way as you get further down the test. Size is good. I'll give them that. But they can't render 10,000 rows. Let me see if what I just did will help with that. No, it's a straight up call stack. Why is it a call stack error? It's like the way they recursively evaluate can't handle 10,000 rows. Huh. Well, let's remove create 10,000 rows. Where is it? Create many rows. I don't know. It's kind of just bad at everything. So it's like, And it's not necessarily a memory issue. It is heavy on memory. Like, this isn't a good sign. You'd like your ready memory to be the same as your creating clear memory. So there's probably a memory leak here. Now that I look at it closer, it's not a major one though. It's a small one probably. Like if you look at these, there's always going to be a bit of a gap, but considering that it starts at basically vanilla, Yeah, I looked at the source and it's a little bit convoluted for me to figure it out because it's like I've looked at Preact, I get it. I look at most Vito, I get it. It you'd almost have to profile the runs of the specific functions to get a better idea of what's going on here. Um, I because yeah, it's interesting that replace rows is better than create rows, but like, mhm. Yeah, I don't know. This is probably outside of the realm of which we will. I was hoping, as I said, to see a very blatant. Like one thing we can do is we can go to the memory tab here, and we can create a. What do we want to do? Is it heap snapshot? It's been a while since I used this. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, this is where we want to be. Okay, sweet. So let's refresh the page, create a heap snapshot, create 1,000 rows, clear 1,000 rows, create another heap snapshot, and then do a comparison between this one and the last one. And this will show you what didn't get released, like this delta of things that didn't get released, right? And the thing is, if you look and do the same exercise in, let's say, this is how I initially optimized Solid. Funnily enough, I was looking at the fastest frameworks in this benchmark. All right, trailing slash. And then what I did was I tried to see like what was necessary versus not necessary, right? Because then what you end up doing is, okay, so refresh, heap snapshot, create 1,000 rows, clear 1,000 rows, heap snapshot, and then comparison, right? So there's certain things, and then we switch by delta. Certain things, and because it's 1,000 is a magic number. There's certain things that like generally are harder to figure out what the hell's going on with, like the system and compiled code thing. But if you notice, other than that, a few like random strings and stuff, and if we do this multiple times, you'll see that this dates compiled code. This is the only memory overhead, right? Whereas if I look at the Hono example, we're not talking about 1,000. We're talking about like 20,000 in this thing. Like here's our first problem. DOM elements aren't getting released. So yeah, there's definitely uh, um, a memory leak, right? We have 15 HTML buttons that now have shown up, which is odd because I don't think there are even 15 buttons on this page. Even when you put it, there's no buttons. What else? We have HTML div elements. We have 8. What's going on here? Table rows, 6. These are very odd numbers. Okay, we're gonna run one more run. We're gonna go 1,000, clear, record. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's a better comparison. Let's compare this with our first snapshot again. Okay. No, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna refresh. We're gonna go 1,000, clear. Then we're gonna record a benchmark. Then we're gonna go 1,000, clear, record it again. Beautiful. Okay, so this is better. Sorry, this is much more. Sometimes there's garbage at the beginning that's hard to handle, and then we're gonna just do delta. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it might not be a memory leak. Let me do the same thing here again. Sorry, clear. So clear 1,000, clear, benchmark, 1,000, clear, benchmark. Comparison. Yeah, see, this is just table scraps. There's nothing in the thousands. Similarly with the Hono example, it's nothing huge. So memory on the 1,000 rows is not really, yeah, I don't think memory is their bottleneck. It seemed a little bit high, but it's also not leaking per se. They just use more. Like each iteration is not causing more to happen. Yeah, I'm trying to decide how far deep we want to go into this. Sorry, chat, how are you doing? No, I'm not gonna run it again. You guys probably figured out it. Excuse me for creating rows. How exactly? Well, it looks like their DOM. Like, I think they have a function that's probably like process node, and then it's like. I mean, okay. Let's see if we can find the problem. My guess is that it's like they have a function that recursively calls itself, and even then, like, how deep is this? This isn't deep. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, maybe I do have to check the source. Oh, you guys are talking about the REST operator? Yeah, I mean, there's micro optimizations, but this is a whole different level. Yeah, can we see a flame graph? That's essentially where we're getting at here, right? We can let's see where let's do it side by side, right? Let's see why 1,000 rows is so slow. What happens when they create 1,000 rows? Right? That's what they do. That's what we do. Our task takes 31 milliseconds. The whole thing takes 73, but the actual framework work, non-paint work, is about 31, about half of it. In the Hono example, it takes 300 milliseconds, and the framework side of it is 300. Yeah, so this part's about a stack 50. So something they're doing here is just, yeah, okay, let's fine, we're doing it. Okay, fine. If this was my project and I was debugging it, this is exactly what I'd do. I'd go into Vite, I'd remove the minification. Fine, let's do it. I'd build. I would do this. Let's record. Let's create 1,000 rows. Actually, you know what? Didn't like that. I want to. Let's do it now. I want to get the initial stuff out of the way. Okay, let's look. What am I doing here? Yeah, so 350. It's way too long. Why am I so big? Request animation frame. Self-time. Okay, well, that's something. You got to look at self-time and total time. Total time is like includes children and stuff. Self-time is me, myself. So they are doing something, I think, very dumb on request animation frame, because it's making up almost all the time of this thing. They're probably trying to do some fancy queuing thing to simulate how they think React works, but like this is an insane amount of time in request animation frame. Self-time, it's like almost the whole thing, right? When we look here and we look at the bottom up graph, we see that layout, paint, like, where are we spending the most time? Oh, Grammarly check. Don't let the Grammarly slow you down. Okay, See, yeah, garbage collection. This is more typical. Okay, and then clone node. We spend 1 millisecond clone noding in this zone. That's our JS costs, guys. And then it's, basically the whole cost of this operation is garbage collection. This is like, these are slow. Find insert before apply node. So their actual DOM operations are slow. Yeah, let me see. Am I in the wrong? I'm on the wrong section. Sorry. Here we go. This is better. So why is Grammarly in here? But yeah, okay. Yeah. They're slow down. Let's see who calls it. Apply node object. Apply node object calls request animation frame. Apply node. Apply node object. Apply node. I think we're starting to see the recursion, guys. Apply node object, apply node object. Okay. And each one of them request animation frames. No, not each one of them. Only the one at the end of the tree. Okay. So let's find our apply node object. Let's go in here. Hono, dist. Where do we think it is? Do they have a DOM? Actually, we should be able to tell from the that's not it, is it? That's Hono node server. I want, what's the name of the client package? Hono JSX DOM, no at. Okay, so it's not in that. It's this. Actually, can I just, it's not going to be so nice. It's going to take me to TypeScript. At least get me in the ballpark. Show. Can't I just like tell it to show to the left? Whatever. Okay. Dist types JS. Okay, so it's Hono. Okay, that's fine. Hono EFG Hono dist JSX DOM. All right. I mean, I could also just search for the function, I guess. But what was it called? Apply. Sorry. Apply node object. Yes, because I kind of want to just go in here. You know what? We could also just, easiest thing is we could just butcher, forget the source. We could just butcher the dist output, right? We can just, what if we just remove this request animation frame? Like just for fun, let's remove that. God, they're using like, these for eaches scare me a little bit. Yeah, let's forget their source code. Let's just monkey past the dist. This is also something that I used to do a ton. Like when I was trying to get fast SSR, I would just like write the vanilla JavaScript that I'd want it to run. Add update task. God, this animation for, okay. So problem solved. Yeah, no, probably not. Let's see if this changes anything. First of all, does it still work? It does. Okay. Second of all, let's do a new timeline. Clear, record, stop. Better. We doubled our rendering speed just there. What they need to do, if they want to have a microtask set up, like they need to I think they need to schedule it themselves. Instead of calling request animation frame 1,000 times, they need to like call it once and then manage their own queue and then do the work in their own queue. Calling request animation frame like a billion times is like, it puts a lot of work on the browser. You could just like call it. Yeah, I think they just. I wrote a library for this a while ago called like microtask queue or something. It was like basically it's not the same as request animation frame, but the idea is like the framework only needs one, scheduled time, and then you can manage that time. This used to cheat benchmarks in a certain way, but the way they're using it is not great, I'm gathering. Okay, so then now our self time is all in find insert node before. Let's look what's going on in this one. Okay, so this is just a real hot path, and it's recursive. So it's like, if not node, return null, that's fine. Otherwise, node tag equals portal element, find insert before node. Otherwise, node E or node Z or node blah, 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 and find insert before node VCC thing, or find insert before. So that being said, okay, so this is just walking. This is a hot path, but you wouldn't expect it to be super expensive. I'm not going to lie. You wouldn't expect it to be super expensive purely because unless you're like doing an insane amount of extra traversal. But this does appear to be the hot path now. Because our apply node object, self time is basically nothing now. So like, where's our other one? Garbage collections where it should be. Apply node, yeah, 9. Yeah, I mean these aren't great numbers, but I can live with them here. It at least looks like it's something relatively normal. They're probably doing the request animation frames for a reason, but this is still. Yeah, and this is top level. Yeah, it's just this recursive function is what's killing them. I don't know what it does, but it's probably let's see. Can we do 10,000 rows yet? Yeah, this is the whole problem. Find insert before. No clue what it does, but this is basically the killer. How many times does it run? Can we tell that from here? We can tell how long it runs, but yeah, I'm not actually sure. Because each execution, look at this. It's like a sea of this. Basically the scheduling might have been fine if it wasn't for the fact that like they were like cascading them almost. But yeah, like let's walk down one of these stacks. How many times is it called during one of these operations? It's like I don't know what this does, but I feel like it's one of those problems that where you need to like memorize the function, or like where you could use the work of previous things to like shortcut, and instead it's literally just calling it for everything every time. Summary? Yeah, okay. Can we like it's going to look at the specific execution of it. Yeah, I'm sure we'd have a good chat about this stuff. But yeah, this yeah, I mean, we could just yeah, maybe we can put our findings in the GitHub issue just to kind of say. I don't know who's in charge of it. Time recursively. makes everything slower and causes a stack overflow in the 10K row case. Scheduling everything through request animation frames through individual request animation frames is also costly on performance, but something like that, that's fine. Whatever. Maybe. I mean, I told you, like, this in its current state beats Blazor, right? Like, my computer is obviously different than the test computer, but you know, let's figure out where's React sitting over vanilla roughly. Like, the ratios change on slower computers, but if we can go and find React, and if it's around 1.48 or 1.5, then our numbers are probably in the same ballpark. Where's React classes, React hooks, React signales? No, React hooks. Here we go. 165. Okay, so my computer here is actually probably more performant than the than the test computer. And I remember seeing that 19 slowed things down slightly, or sped things, like changed the test slightly. So generally speaking, yes, the slower the computer, the more exaggerated the slower the results are, which suggests to me that it's very, very quite likely that Hono at 7 would even be higher, maybe like an 8, is actually, Blazor might be 2 or 3 times faster than Hono in its current state, depending on the specific benchmark. So Hono is the winner, I think, but hopefully they do something about it. Anyway, okay. I think I'm done on this topic. That was interesting, to say the least. Thanks for putting up with my benchmarking stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I almost forgot how to do it, so to speak. But yeah, memory profiling, flame graph, and then you can go in and you can see the hot execution paths. You got a lot of tools in the browser to do this stuff. Yeah. All right, let's talk reactivity. That's where we're on to next. That's my last topic for today. So yeah, I released. I mean, I say last topic, but we got like this week in JavaScript type of topics as well. And we'll probably hit a few other things while we go. But since we last streamed, I actually released 3 articles. I released I wrote it such a long time ago. Where was it? Two-way binding is a two-way street article. I think we'll just talk about that in this week in JavaScript. The other 2 articles I wrote were the scheduling derivations in JavaScript and async derivations in Reactivity, and async derivation Reactivity. And both of these articles should come as almost no surprise to anyone who's been following the stream so far, because literally I just recycled a lot of the content, added some perspective from having a few more weeks looking at this stuff. The scheduling one, I think the biggest thing that I realized while doing this was not much. This whole article was mostly about convincing people that effects need to be split. That's really the gist of it. I wanted to also point out to people that async, if you want it, lazy async is dangerous. It's waterfall inducing, because you're more likely to like have situations where the guards get in the way of of you actually fetching stuff the way you want it to, even with pure data graphs. So yeah, I mean that was kind of the gist of that one. The second article I think is a lot more interesting and probably more interesting to people in the stream, because it's a continuation of the last HackMD that I shared with you all. But I've I've had some refinement since that. As typical, I go on the stream, I talk about the subject, and then we realize, like, as soon as the stream's over, it's like, oh, why didn't I realize this before, right? I did make the base of this and the examples very similar to my previous article, because I really wanted to spell out the whole async um, problem, like the fact that like types and like coloration. I make a comment in here about why signals are really good for this problem, and I realized that I might have not really made this very clear to people. What do I say here? They are lazily evaluated to where you read, which pushes the resolution down to the leaves of the UI tree. You can write the await higher in the UI tree, but only block lower where it's used. I thought that was obvious, but the challenge is that there's basically 3 points of time that you care about when doing the async stuff, right? Like there's there's um there's like when you fetch, right? Let's blow this up a bit. When you fetch, right? And then there's when you await, and then there's when you use the data, right? So we have 3 points of time. And generally speaking, the problem is that between these things, you have to deal with different sort of, I don't know what to call it, coloration concerns, right? The first one here, between these two, between when you fetch and when you wait, it's because I made them one block. It's my fault. You have to worry about like, is it a promise, right? Like between a fetching and a waiting, you now have this question, and then between when you await, well, between when you await and when you use the data, there isn't actually any coloration this time. Sorry, I was trying to think of how to visually show this, but like, because once you await, you block, right? It's only when you have like a different, yeah, sorry, this isn't, this visualization isn't going to work the way I wanted to. It's fine. I'm trying to think of the best way to show this then, because React has no difference between this, right? So because you await where you use the data, like at a component, like you block at a component level, so it's where you use the data, like because of the way React works. The only awkward part is it a promise thing? So to try and solve this problem, React encourages you to await high, because this is relative. There's like no real downside between the awaiting and the data. It's actually like actually that's not true. The distance between awaiting and the data is like, yeah, yeah, how blocking is this, right? Which is like, because it's like, this causes, if you weight too high, you can cause waterfalls. So what ends up happening is, because this is a problem that from an DX authoring standpoint is like more annoying, right? Is this a promise is like a DX concern, and this is a UX concern. You can guess what ends up happening here, because it pushes people to a weight higher than they should, because or to fetch lower than they should. Basically, and both of these tie to each other when you do nesting, because essentially if you fetch lower in general, you're more likely to be caught in someone else's await. Does that make any sense? Yes, await means, by awaiting, I mean like resolving it, right? But I wanted to show that there's 3 points in time because it matters for us. But almost because of this being like bad for DX, people will try and push the await and the fetch together. Whether that's awaiting too high or fetching too low. Not really, because you have to enter back into the components again anyway. Like, all that fetching outside of the components does is it's hoisting. You're fetching higher. But yes, if you don't have to drill the props down, but you're still passing promises around, and presumably what you fetch is hierarchically based on what you're displaying to some degree. Like if you're on the users page versus the profiles page, you are fetching different things. So even if it's not a direct async, even if it's not a direct like prop drilling problem, it's an ownership conceptual problem. Like if you are on this page, you fetch certain data. All that putting outside the components does is it's a form of hoisting, essentially, moving the fetch up, but it doesn't change it doesn't, I don't think it makes the DX maybe for is this a promise slightly less painful, but it actually doesn't change the mechanicalness of this very much at all, because like this is still based on something higher up on the page. It's just when you fetch higher, you're capable of giving better DX. I'm sorry, better UX if you still await lower. And it makes it a little less painful, I think, when people pull it out of the component tree or hoist it as high as possible, and pull it out of the component tree. Like Remix, use loader kind of thing. Like, to be fair, they await high as well, but they don't block you put an await component in where you block, right? They separate like that. It's an example of putting the I mean, yeah, I mean, how does the streaming and Remix work, right? They must be passing promises through still with defer. So yeah, actually, you know what? This is still an example of just fetching higher and then using context to inject it in, and awaiting lower. You're still priced from a DX standpoint to want to await higher. So like, think about it. If you await lower, now you have maybe a few different components that now have to await. Like this one uses user, this one uses user, this one uses user. If you await higher, you can, like conceptually bring it, then you don't have to do the place, like hit as many touch points, right? Even with context, you're still using context here, 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 and here, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying is, if you don't want to block, how do you make the suspense boundary work? Like, let's say you don't block, like you block some stuff, but then stuff you don't block has to travel back into the UI to know where it gets rendered. So if the stuff you don't block ends up as a promise, right? Which the distance, you can use context, but what I'm getting at is it's way easier in Remix if you just await everything up top, and like as again, they've made it easier to make this separation, but generally this is the problem, right? Nothing's easier than just saying await and fetch together. So you put them at top, you block everything and you don't stream. Worse for UX. But like this is the tension. Yes. When vStream does it, you wait where you want, and the rendering doesn't block. It just adds requests to the buffer that unroll progressively as soon as the next entry is resolved. Right. But so are you dealing with promises, or are you dealing with like refs or signals? Like I the whole premise here is like looking at this. What's interesting about a signals with lazy read, yeah, so you're dealing with promises here, right? Yeah, okay. Which is fine. It's just like you're still have to be aware that you're working with promises, or the framework has to handle promises. I mean, I give an example of this like directly in here where I'm like, props user, then like how do you drive in this system where you're like, oh, I want to show the first name, right? What you're saying is like, oh, you can just await wherever, which is fine, and it doesn't block. Well, I mean, I guess you can await inside like here, right? Is it you can go like, oh, wait props user dot like I I guess bindings would become like, I don't know what the API is for Vue, but my point is compared to just using refs or signals, like I think it's more cumbersome. Like there is this question, which is what I was getting at in my Excalibur here, which is hard to DX. But anyway, there's ways that people make this DX easier, but like my whole point was that if you look at something like you I mean, where was it? What I was trying to say is that if you just like had like a signal for it, where what I'm saying is the await happens here, right next to the fetching, and then essentially you remove this whole thing. There's no gap between the await and the fetch. The problem with that typically is that's when it resolves. So like when you look at things that just use async functions top level, you have this really awkward problem that even promise all doesn't fix. Is either you have to pass promises around or you have to block it, right? Like this doesn't continue. But what's cool about what I was going to say about the signals approach is now you have user, and if user's in computed or in memo or in effect finally into the render, you can basically build your UI such a way that the awaits right here. I didn't write it. Maybe that's where the confusion is. If I'd actually explicitly awaited here, I think people might have gotten it better. I never even thought about doing that. I mean, you don't need to. This is actually more efficient because it gets rid of an extra promise. But like what I was trying to say is that user here can go through this user component, get all the way down to here without actually blocking anything, and it's not a promise, it is a user, right? Or so like this component's aware of suspense, the way I wrote it. But if this suspense was on the outside of user here, this component, and I showed this with the address component, I think somewhere, this component wouldn't even need to know about async in this model that I'm talking about. So like you take the fact that reactivity lazily evaluates stuff where it loads, which means that it doesn't need to block until where you use it. And at the same time, you compress this, which basically means that from our Excalibur standpoint, the answer of how blocking is this is not really your concern, because you block as low as possible. And is it a promise is not really a concern because you await and fetch right next to each other. So you literally solve both problems like by just the very nature of this type of solution. You suddenly aren't. I'm sure there's other things you might have to be worried about, but generally speaking, this classic dx ux split, goes away. There is a question when you fetch, like from a how blocking is this standpoint, from like a not blocking, but from like a hoisting standpoint, like if you have code splitting and stuff. Because the thing that I didn't mention here is there's another impact kind of between the abyss and the fetch, which is like the like the parent waterfall, or like when you ask when to fetch, it's like, is something above blocking, whether it's like, it could be another one of these cycles, it could be code splitting. You basically have these three questions, and this is obviously a UX problem again. Everybody wants to fetch inside their components, so they ignore this one. But there's like basically, once you recognize that this problem's gone and this problem's gone, the only problem left is this one. And this will encourage you to fetch higher, which is basically what the goal is here, because fetching higher is always better if you don't have to worry about how blocking this is, and you don't have to worry about, is this a promise? Anyway. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, they wait. So it's kind of like React. The challenge that I have with that is that that's great for SSR. It's kind of a pain when that component has other stuff it does, other state. Like the article gets into it. I don't need to dig too deep on that, but I wasn't sure how in the article to explain this phenomenon, because I think it's actually the key part to understanding this, right? Right, the address code doesn't need to wear very sync. Drive state like first name can be accessed without null checks. There's no cost of hoisting or fetching. That's a key. If user was passed to other components for show and tell, we don't need to block anything. We can eagerly render everything except for those text nodes. Although we might not want to show them yet, that's why we use things like suspense. Suspense can put anywhere above the first 3 dimension placeholders. That's this case would be triggered by the render effect hierarchy, but async would flow through the pure part of calculation. The challenge with this, though, is that I realized that, and this is, we talked about this in previous stream, but generally speaking, everything is reactive when you go async in this manner. It's unescapably, because anything could become reactive if it could come from an async source, which means that stuff like implicit untrack is no good. And the big discovery while writing this article, it's not discovery, but kind of understanding is, and we actually talked about this in the last stream a bit too, but I formalized it, is that it's not even untrackable, because it needs to be able to run again to resolve, which means that, it's fine. There's a mechanism you can throw right through an untrack. Like if prop.count is async, it can escape, basically ignore the untrack and say, hey, create memo. You got to resolve again when props.count goes. But the problem is, top level, this is a disaster, right? You have to be strict about deriving stuff, essentially. If there's a potential something can change, then it needs to be derived, right? That's basically the gist of if you took an approach like this. And what I end at it is, I kind of realized while writing this article, and I think this is kind of the important part, is, have you ever written a component in React? Like, let's go playground. God, why? Yeah. Have you ever written a component in React that's like, sorry, that's like, let's bring props in here. Use state props.count. Okay. And then let's just do, I mean, this is kind of silly, but I'm just going to do const double count equals use memo count and then times 2. Okay. This is just illustrative. Don't worry too much about this. My point is, and the DSX here doesn't even matter. My point is, sorry, I'm going to put props.count here as well. I know React, you don't write UD structure stuff generally, but just for the sake of this, I'm gonna put this here. Is it odd to you that if the parent re-renders, I mean, I can ask you this question, and I kind of got myself stuck for a moment. Parent updates and updates props.count. Okay, so actually, let's set up the scenario. We render our component, props.count is 1. We use our button, we click it a few times, and now it's up to 4. Okay, and then our double count is 8, right? And then the parent sets props.count to 2. What happens? And actually, to answer your question, you're right. There must be at least 2 passes to render the whole thing if we wait anywhere. Yes, you are right. But those passes don't have to be full passes. They could be partial passes. Because they only need to continue from where they're blocked, in theory. Right now, that's not how we do it, but just want to put that there. Danny Burmoff yells at you. No. Yeah, no, what ends up happening is double count becomes 4 because this was 2 and becomes 4, and we update double count. Actually, no, it doesn't. What happens is nothing. Funnily enough, props.count updates, and then it sees that count is 4, and it's still 8. So then nothing happens. Yeah, nothing happens. Yeah, I had to double check that. I could make this props.count, but it's aside. What I was actually noticing was this is one of the very few places in React where updating the props doesn't react. You know how React likes to say, like, we're fully reactive. Everything reacts on updates, right? Nothing, you know, like whenever you re-render the component, it's like, you know, it's like a fresh slate. Dependency arrays are kind of how they get around the fact that this closure is kept between stuff, but useState doesn't have that, and it's weirdly inconsistent because how do you get state here to update so that when the prop changes, this does do what you expect it to do? Do you guys know the answer to this question, right? Right from your very first example, you're forced into use effect when use effect is the worst thing. Now, to be fair, the React official docs actually don't suggest you do this. What React official docs suggest is you just do this now. Which I think bails out of half the rendering. It'll like render the first half of the component, and then it'll render the top half again, and then continue the JSX when it can tell that it changed during render. They have like a double cycle. But my thing is, most people don't know this, and this seems kind of counterintuitive. So a lot of people like actually, this is where the whole use effect thing started. I And I don't know if React was actually, like, older versions was smart enough to actually handle this properly. I'm not sure, like 16 or whatever, like whenever hooks were introduced, 16.8 or something, actually handled this properly. But they've definitely got better behavior for this currently. But my point is, right off the beginning, you're in this kind of weird place when realistically, React everything should update and it doesn't. And it puts you there immediately. So I started kind of going, well, why did we all follow suit? Like, you can understand in a framework where your components run once, like Solid, where this is create signal, there's no expectation of this updating, right? But you know, like, why do we immediately go to an effect when we really want a derivation? Which kind of led me to this thing, which was like, don't do this. Don't try and synchronize state. Why can't we just do this and say this signal is based on props.count? And then, you know, essentially it can update itself. And were the prop ever the change, it would reset to the prop again. But essentially, it's now a derived signal, right? I've talked about this on stream before. I called it create writable. I called it create writable memo, whatever. But at a certain point, when you're just talking about, like, I am a user and I'm just creating my signal, there's something very clean about this sort of like, here, you know, I have a signal, or I have that's initialized a value, or this one's derived from props. And, you know, that's kind of like, we haven't done that to this point because React never had its own reactivity, right? I suppose they could have introduced a way of doing this. It almost worked the opposite, I feel like, in React. Like, if you pass the value, it would be update every time, and if you passed a function, it would keep the original or something. I don't know. But like I don't know. There's something just odd about this inconsistency in a framework that always wants to render. And in our case, how this inconsistency that we never had a way of updating in a framework that never re-renders. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really odd how we got here. Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I missed in the React version is they sometimes suggest putting a key on the outside, which is also like just re-render everything, which is brutal. The counter's parent should hold the actual value and then provide the value. Yeah. But what if you don't know? What if you want to make something that is controllable? This is actually what ties into the thing, because I was saying two-way binding sucks, but then Michael Rawlings from the Marco team went and he's like, okay, no, two-way binding is good, you know, and he shows, you know, or like if you do it a reasonable way. So I wrote that about two-way binding, and then where's Michael Rawlings? Wrote a follow-up where he tried to show Marco's two-way binding approach. And yeah, he brings up all my points, which are all great points why two-way binding is terrible. But then he was like, he shows this approach that I still think is somewhat similar to Vue, but what I love about his example here isn't him talking about the way two-way binding works on the inputs. It's that in Marco, state is tags. So they can bind to state. He can go, where is it? Let count bind input.count. And even though this had nothing to do with what I've been working on, like directly with this stuff, it occurred to me that Marco is actually a language where signal binding like this is actually a built-in feature. It's kind of genius. This supports both directions, which is a whole other conversation. The up direction, I'm still whatever on a bit. I think there's details that are important for it, but like what I'm getting at is like, essentially, this is forcing that derivation, right? Like, and what's cool about this is, and what he layers here in this example is, if the parent doesn't provide a signal down, the component can work uncontrolled perfectly. And if it does, and the parent doesn't listen to the way back up, or if it does, and it link both sides, like the up and the down, then it works perfectly as controlled, essentially. And then you can basically, with this approach, the component author can write their stuff a single way, and their component be both controlled or uncontrolled depending on how the person uses it. So, like, I can't say that going to controlled is always the right answer, essentially. And so, like, there's situations where going to control doesn't make sense, and trying to make stuff work in the middle is actually really hard because of this stuff. Yeah. There's probably a way to set the default value. I mean, yeah, I guess this example is assuming that this is not that you need. It's not about default value. It's assuming that this is not this is a required prop. So either you have to provide initial value here. See, if you only provide an initial value and it's not a signal, like if you just pass 0 in, this just works. It basically, like, it depends on what you pass in. So this is assuming you could go input.value or 0, I guess is the way I would handle it, because because this value is the value, right? Anyway, I don't know. This idea was controversial in the Solid Discord a little bit, because I think Dave came through and he's like, well, why don't we even need memo? Let's just create signal everywhere. And I'm like, there's different use cases for this. I think it's enough to differentiate on this. There's technical reasons why this is hard to do in an efficient way, because what if this isn't reactive? You don't want to create an additional memo that you don't need to create. So there's like what if props count is just a 5? You don't want to bother creating like some background stuff. But like from the AI, there's also the fact that if functions like this do this, in the same way you can't pass functions to setters because they could be the setter function. Well, same thing here. If you wanted to have a signal of function, you'd have to pass a function that returns a function, right? The same way they do for the setters. I don't think that's the biggest deal because we already do that for the setters. We're kind of like that. That bridges are, the boat's already sailed, so to speak. But so there are trade-offs on this. But on the positive, for someone coming in and going like, I have a signal, and then I have a signal and props, you never go to effect as the answer. Like, immediately you have your answer. You don't have to go look for something else. You just have signals. Anyway, so this is uncontrollable two-way binding. It's the other way. They call this controllable, but I guess their half and half state is, if you do one and not the other, then you have a weird scenario. But they call this controllable because it can be both uncontrolled and controlled. No, I can't say I have. Anyway, interesting thing. I'm going to continue in the next article and talk about base primitives and to talk about mutability, like some of the stuff that I also talked about in the previous article. That whole like mutable immutable split. You guys have already seen that stuff, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much. But I think this is probably the most interesting piece out of this, is that I started writing create writable, and I was like, why? What the hell is a writable? What's a writable memo? Is that what I'm thinking? No, I'm thinking of I just have a signal that's derived. Maybe it's create derived signal, but then it's like, yeah, I don't know. This is still, up to debate, but it's just something I wanted to throw out there. Okay. Let's flip gears here for a second. Let me get set up for this week in JavaScript. I don't think it'll be a long one, but I'm gonna just get this all set up now. and hopefully take a drink of water or something. What's this? All right. Yeah, I'll talk about this probably more in the future. I had a meeting. Apparently, this is being developed in Solid, so that's pretty cool. Okay. With create async, every prop is potentially async signal from the component point of view. Yes, and as you know, that's exactly what I've been trying to tell people to do, anyways. And ESLint tells you to do that, anyways. I think that's how you should be authoring stuff. We let people get away with half-assing it, so to speak, with untrack, but being implicit. But yes, treat every prop as reactive, and you keep locality of thinking. This just enforces it like a sledgehammer. So from the component point of view, it's more like, don't worry about it. It's not like every prop is potentially async signal. It means that like treat everything as reactive, and you won't have to worry about async. Here's the question, though. And this is my hypothesis, and we'll have to see what people feel about this. I think it's the responsibility of the person who introduces the async to put the suspense boundary in. The initial, like, if you add the create async to your app, you put the suspense boundary. And I think people, and I know this is kind of the crazy part that people, maybe there's a mismatch in my thinking here, is suspense should follow layout. It's a layout concern. So like, ideally what happens is people lay out suspense not based on blocking. See, here's the thing. Suspense blocks the UI, but it doesn't have to block the rendering. This is a subtle difference. So if you go, okay, I have a new page section, I'm going to put suspense here because this is where the placeholder is. I have the detail section, I put suspense here. Suspense doesn't block. That's the beauty of it. So the component author at the end shouldn't be worrying about suspense. If they aren't fetching the data, it's not their responsibility. Like, especially the like micro, like the components, like the design system, not worrying about suspense. If someone, like, this is why when we have something like the cache API, it does let you push the fetching a little bit lower. That's like one of the benefits. So it gets a little bit, more co-located. But if you kind of know, you're like, these are the regions that I care about from a loading perspective, where they should go from a layout design. I don't like, the naive thing is the person can just fetch at the top and put a suspense boundary over the whole page. That's where you start. And then someone's like, oh, we don't need both of these. We can just like, we can wait. We can show this first and show this later. And then you add another suspense boundary. You're now you've just like added that cascade. I don't think that like, I don't think this becomes a micro concern for component level. Yes, that's what the whole thing is. Yeah, everything's async because nothing is asynchronous. Yes, that's the gist of the idea, which is crazy. It also gets rid of null checking a lot in TypeScript too, because I imagine that it becomes much less common of a problem people have with stuff that we're doing. All right. It's funny because this topic actually is really relevant to something. So I think I know how I'm going to start this week in JavaScript, because I've been a little bit slow. Let me see here. We already talked about that. Let's go back to there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've got everything lined up now, I think. Solid. Is there much solid news in the last little bit? Okay. Beautiful. don't need to cover that. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm just getting, yeah, there's not a ton. Okay, perfect. Let's do this. Let's talk about this week in JavaScript. All right. Yeah. We were just talking about component fetching and component co-location, and I think that's how I actually want to start talking about this week in JavaScript, because I missed this article, and appropriate that you're here. Theo's been, as I said, just hitting them out of the park recently with his coverage of articles. I'm usually like right on the I'm usually right on the mark, right away when I look for articles by this author pretty much as soon as I can find them, because they're always great. And this was like an interesting look at the co-location composition, thing in React, and it's very related to what we're talking about here. I missed this initially, so I never got to retweet it. Honestly, I love this quote. I think this is a good article for everyone to get to. Theo's already covered this in depth, to be fair, so I don't need to go and do it again. He did a very good job. I think this article is really good. I forget where I was. I think I was like on vacation somewhere or something, that I somehow missed this. I remember Tanner's tweet though. And I think I'm not using SSR level loader. Your solution probably resembles some kind of hook, blah, 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 blah. Relay one of the few libraries. Yeah, it's just talking about the local versus thing, co-location. And I feel like, in a sense, we almost already talked about that in the last segment before we started into this week in JavaScript about my opinions about this. RCs are not the only answer to local data, exactly. Are to buy in, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, still a big fan. Please don't kill co-location. It's interesting. A lot of this non-blocking work lets you co-locate easier because you don't have to worry about the levels. But the thing that prevents co-location ultimately is code splitting. And like the main theme of this whole stream is, we're doing a whole much more dynamic loading, streaming code, streaming HTML, all this stuff with what we're doing with the server rendering stuff, even client in general. Like this stuff's all getting cut up. It makes pure co-location hard. You have to, even if you can like write the queries in line so you can see them, it makes preloading almost necessary. So RCs make it easier for people not to add the preload step, but they're not getting rid of the waterfalls. They're just pushing them to the server, which means don't stream from the edge, use PPR. At this point, I'm pretty much thinking that's the main benefit of PPR. It's literally so people can still waterfall easier and pretend like it's all right. When reality is a little bit different than that. But in general, I think co-location's in a hard spot. I think we can still make nice DX though. Stuff like TanStack query plus the preload hook, things like router cache API are good alternatives that are incredibly powerful. So, anyways, I just wanted to, maybe I should just, as I said, I'm not going to do this in depth, but I just wanted to shout this out. I thought the coverage is great, and I'm going to get the article in the links here so people can check it out. I do really like this whole thing about the role of the component and the fact that the component is becoming less of a thing in a certain way, but also what React's betting on. Like there's just this huge tension right now, and I think Kang, hopefully I say your name correctly, always seems to nail that tension in terms of articles. So very, very cool stuff. All right. Let's do some Solid.js news real quick. First of all, Daniel's been killing it with his monthly newsletter. He's been doing it for 6 months now. So like, thank you so much. More people should check it out if they get a chance. I think he did the classic. Everyone knows you get better. It's so funny. Twitter algorithm thing says if you don't put the link in the main post, you get better engagement. But it's also means that it gets buried if you're not, like, it's an interesting tension if the post ends up not being super popular. But yeah, you got to subscribe to it. But generally speaking, I've read it. It's a good way to stay up to date with Solid stuff. Much better than what I'm doing. I forget a lot of stuff. Fun fact: once PPR is more available, you could write Astro adapter that automatically turns your server islands into PPR. Yeah, sure. I'm having a harder time understanding like who's going to make it more available though. Like, it's literally edge streaming. Like, Astro could probably just do edge streaming too if they wanted to, right? Yeah, API wise, it's not really a limitation for sure. Okay, let's keep on going. Yeah, this is cool. Prisma has been, like, I keep on seeing like little projects that I don't expect, and this is actually official Prisma. Like, the Solid is, in the list of frameworks, and they push these out for all the frameworks they support, but it's still nice to be included in the list. Yeah, not a ton of Solid news. Bookmarks, we talked about that. We talked about this. More Astro stuff really quick. I love what Astro's been doing on the marketing side. Like, this is like pure like Windows 95, like, feels like I remember like my first, like, I forget what program it is we used to make like presentations in, like, with a Microsoft Word or something. This just has this, oh right, I didn't share the link to the newsletter and I closed it down already. Damn it. Yeah, Microsoft Word. Yeah. No, yeah. I there's a really good reason actually to have the capital A. I was trying to go to lowercase a. I would love it. The really good reason for capital A that will make, or link that people will not let go of, is hierarchical in nested routing. And you can go like, well, why do you even need nested routing? Well, you do if you don't want to re-render your whole layout. But otherwise, you have to actually put the nested routing behavior encoded into the href, and no one wants to do that. So there's a very good reason for that. I know that's not what they meant, but I was enjoying these things. Here's another one. It's like, this form has 0 JavaScript. And I was like, yeah, most forms have 0 JavaScript. And then I'm like, oh, it's the view transition. I do have a question about this. Does this mean that the MPA view transition API is live? Because right now, don't believe me, open it in Chrome. Okay. But I won't be able to do this, will I? Like, will I be able to open this in a new window? Not this. Damn it. Okay. Open preview in a new tab. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. No? I can't. Open preview in a new tab. No? Maybe I'll have to get the source. Can I disable JavaScript? Because the view transition API doesn't work without JavaScript, to my knowledge. Right? Like, obviously doing a form, I think they're just selling their form action feature, which is cool. But the only thing that like obviously you can submit a form without JavaScript. The only thing that makes this look cool is the view transition, and I think that requires JavaScript. So I think this actually isn't true. But again, great marketing. Like people like this, but my gut is this is a lie. Chrome 126 supports it. Is that what it is? What version are we on right now, anyways? Oh, so that's what it is. View transitions are live. Oh, okay. Very nice. So that's what this is announcing. See, this is the news. There we go. I didn't even check. Does that mean that my Hacker News demo didn't? Okay. Oh, now you guys want me to now I want to confirm this. I already did. I close it down. That's interesting. No JS benchmark. Let's stop running the server in the background. New window. Open recent. Samples. Astro solid Hacker News. That's fine. That's fine. Stop pestering me. PNPM build. PNPM serve. PNPM. Oh, that's the preview. What do they call it? Four, three, two, one. Sources. There's no. It's so funny. I thought I actually saw disable JavaScript as an option a second ago. It's fine. I've never seen that as a direct option. Was it disable JavaScript? Okay. Do I have to do more than this? I don't think you might not be able to. Oh, it's like a YouTube video? Works on latest Chrome. Works for you in dev. Do you think it rocks? Looks like a regression to most of your users. Yeah. Oh, you removed the view transition tag. I see. So the tag is just a polyfill. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, there's a reasonable chance here that I don't actually figure out how to get this working in the moment because, but where did I put it? But I mean, even with the tag gone, like I would have figured if I turned off JavaScript, then it would still, maybe work. Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, it's more than that. It's more than just the CSS. I'm pretty sure, like everything's reloading. This isn't even. I see. So you don't automatically get the fade resolution. Okay, yeah, this is beyond the scope of what I'm going to look at right now. That's cool, though. I was talking to someone just the other day, and they were like surprised that the MPA version hadn't shipped, and I was like, no, they thought like, and I'm like, no, Astro released this a year ago. We haven't had it. So that's what this is. I see. That's cool. as I said, Stack Blitz I don't think lets me turn off the JavaScript as easily. My gut is like if I turn the JavaScript off here, like we're not gonna have a good time. Yeah, we're not having a good time. Anyway, not going to worry about this. Very cool though. This is good to know. I'm glad we talked about it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was trying to like figure out if I could like open the preview window in like a different window. Yeah. Change mine on d.ts files. Writing application, never use them. Let me explain. Okay. That's fine, but library authors can use them. Yeah. I don't know anything about TypeScript, but that seems reasonable to me. Skip. Since you control these types, you shouldn't receive errors from them. So there's a setting in the going to table that's called skip lib check. Yes. Recommend for all. However, if this unfortunate downside, I mean d.ts skip. Okay. So basically only override type stuff should be in it. Good. Oh, so can you do overrides? Okay. You've convinced me, Matt. All right. That's not a hard one, but this as a library author, I still need these buggers. Okay. All right. I'm still waiting on someone to show me the coolest app built using only HTMX. Nuanced opinion, they don't exist. I think that's the point. HTMX enables an older, simpler architecture, provides a lot of UX goodies to get you pretty far. React and friends can create even better apps, but hard to do well. Not because of React, but the goal itself. At first, I was going to say he was being kind of snarky, but I actually this is the correct answer, I think. The longer I play with Go or HTMX, the more I want to just go back to Next.js. Sure. Lower Apex, and you'll love it. Wait for someone to show me the coolest one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just love this exchange. Obviously, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's like the nature of it. Someone actually did make his Trello demo in HTMX. I thought it was like the most convoluted thing ever. Like it was doable, but very hard. I don't only think he got optimistic updates, but I was impressed. It was like it was like 30 files distributed just to get the one board going, but I was impressed. Yeah, the open preview tab should work, but I couldn't get it. I kept on clicking the button. It wasn't doing anything. Yeah. Nice. Okay. MPA demo. Thank you for sharing. I should go on Twitch to actually get it. Because where am I? Channel. Yeah. and I'm gathering the whole point is if I disable JavaScript, obviously this still works. Okay. Am I just not on the right version of Chrome? Like it says relaunch the update. I don't want to kill the stream, so I'm not going to. But I like did 26 just come out? That seems. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the funny thing is that this was posted like a few days ago, but I don't use this computer very often, to be fair. So it's possible that my Chrome is out of date here. Anyway. All right, let's see what else we got here. We're at an interesting time. We're being told we need new technologies, islands, RCs, PVR, yet the simple tech demo can't effectively show their benefit. These matters when things scale, but blog sites will never show it. We can make blanket statements, but it lacks nuance. Or we force focus on the DX. Yeah, I don't know. This is just my whole existential crisis out in the open here. There's no clear way to determine the impact of options. The type of sites we're relying real lacks. At least safe is chosen. Inspections tend to fall. Yeah, I was just like annoyed, like a little bit. Like I was looking at like some of these Next.js examples, and I'm like, you don't need any of this technology to accomplish the same thing. You know, but the problem is like these are the demos we show and they're just not hot demos. It's like it's not hard to take a site that doesn't do something well and then changes to do something better and say yes, it's because of this technology. So I don't know, it's an interesting thing because I'm trying to find benchmarks and trying to find ways to show the difference of these techs and the importance of them, and it's challenging to say. Part of it has led me to back off from some of these approaches generally anyway. That you need to find something worth investing in. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't blame people for having challenges with being able to like accept this stuff. Sorry, if this is around the HTMX comment, I think you can build something pretty awesome like, in a different way, completely client side, right? You don't need the server to show something cool. Like there used to be when spas were first coming around, people were doing really cool stuff that hadn't done before. It wasn't great ideas, but like stuff that wasn't capable before. So yeah, I don't know. Uh, it's possible that they're slowly loading it. This one is 0.js. Yeah, yeah, you're on 127. Yeah. So my gut is, I don't know if this is what they were announcing, but it's cool that it works. Anyway, yeah, led perfectly into the PPR thing, and then where are we? Um, last note. Niall Crosby, who we had on the stream, passed away. He was in a helicopter accident. I believe he was piloting. He's the guy who did AG Grid. Really excited about benchmarking solid and stuff. I met him a couple times. I'm fortunate enough at conferences. That's I had a lot of, I it's definitely a shock when to hear the news, and he was a really cool guy. We were at the conference who shan't be named, the modern front ends, I guess they called it. And AG Grid had sunk like quite a big amount of sponsoring money, and I think north of 100,000 into this conference that was basically nothing. And Niall was still like, "Hey, let me cover dinner for the group of speakers or whatever who were with him, or drinks, whatever." Like, just generous guy, even when crap happened. As I said, you could always tell his passion. So just yeah, I don't know. People who are fortunate enough to know him, you know. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Still had the stream pinned. Anyway, he will very much be missed. He was. I know. Talking with the other people like Tanner and that, he had a big impact on like the table and form side of JS. So sad note, but worth kind of putting out there. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I had more positive news. I guess my last thing here is VConf's coming up. I have no clue what I'm going to talk about because Sol starts out. It's like I don't have any cool new research to tell you guys, but I will try and come up with a talk in the next month, hopefully. So the lineup stacked. By the way, I mean it always is. And loves. It's pretty much the most stacked lineup. Yeah. I love that you guys are all trying to figure out how to get this to work with Node.js in the in the. You didn't roll it out, I believe. Yeah. Oh, all good. Anyway, thanks for joining my stream today. Hopefully, got some cool value from what we've been working on. I had a lot of fun. Don't know where we're going next, but very excited on multiple fronts, as you can tell. So, wish you all a good weekend, and till next time.